No.
I don't think
We're
that's
live. No.
I think that's a rumor.
That's
Because
what-
Johnson started.
That's what I said.
Life isn't a yes or
So
no.
orange jumpsuit and dancing, I'm pretty sure it was.
Slava had an orange
We haven't
jumpsuit and
really
dancing is what
exploited
she does,
philanthropy in
so
the house.
it's probably her.
Oh, there's
Maybe
two
that
then.
two both, yeah.
Does Slava have a twin?
And, I mean, one of the
Definitely
interesting things
said
that I follow
Jesse
is with the
Pinero.
intergenerational transfer.
Okay,
Can't
We are
believe
live
anything
now.
you read in the
Okay,
paper.
okay, if we're ready, everybody?
Yes,
And they spend dramatically, they give
So we're
dramatically
live.
differently than
Yes.
men.
absolutely.
We are live,
Oh, sorry.
We are live.
Sorry, Mayor.
it's okay. Just,
Just let us know.
you know, there's always that thing about, and there was the hot mic. And
Yes,
we
the hot mic
heard
moment.
the Prime Minister say. So welcome everybody to Tuesday, March the 3rd. Spring is just around the corner and the time is never gonna change again after next Saturday. So for some, they'll be looking forward to that, for others, maybe not so much. But after 10 years of waiting, the government has finally decided to go ahead with no more changing of the clocks after this next one. And I don't know if anybody got up at 3 to see the full blood moon last night, but supposedly it was spectacular if you were able to see it. So I'd like to acknowledge the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Tama, the Silks and Snakes people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. I received no late items before the meeting, so if I could have an adoption of the agenda circulated. Moved by Councilor Woodward.
Is there any opportunity to say there was a typo in them? Do we want to change that, or do I just let you know?
in the agenda?
Yes.
Oh, just let me know. Okay.
Yeah, adoption of the agenda as circulated. Moved by Councilor Woodward, seconded by Councilor Tate. All those in favor, and that carries. And just before we go any further, I just want to say that both Councilors Lochtenberg and Page are away on other aspects of business. Councillor Lochtenberg is hoping to be able to join us at 7 o'clock virtually, but because of the time change, Councillor Page will not be joining us this evening. So, over to, it says the city manager's verbal report, but it's the chief financial officer's verbal report, it looks like, on the agenda.
Well, I just wanted to use this window to share a few of the, some of the feedback statistics from the online engagement we had regarding the 2026 budget. So we opened that Let's Talk page up on early January 9th. Sort of had lower engagement numbers as the budget process went on, and then that kind of ramped up around February 10th, where we sort of pushed information out on social media a little harder there for the last 2.5 weeks. Overall, had 257 visits to the Let's Talk page. For comparison, we had 244 last year, so a few more. If you recall, last year we did an actual survey that people could respond to. This year we didn't do that type of survey, we just allowed folks to comment or ask questions, and I circulated those out to you yesterday if you had a chance to take a look at them. There were 18 responses that came in, just questions, some of them questions on the budget, some comments. Of that 18, I kind of tabulated 11 of those were concerns about affordability, looking at both historic and projected taxation increases as well. It's something we sort of focused on a little bit more in this budget, is not just 2026, but trying to look ahead to future years and just letting people anticipate sort of what pressures we're feeling now and what that will look like in future years as well. So I think we've maybe not done that as much in the past, so this year is a bit more front of mind. Yeah, so maybe 11 of those were sort of in that range. Couple questions, comments on food cyclers, a couple other just general questions, bike lanes, police, that type of thing, but in general, 18 responses. The budget documents themselves, 244 downloads of those documents, which is, I think, quite a bit. And other than that, I think, it was, like I say, the program or the engagement cycle, we opened it up earlier, so it started, most of 2026 it's been open. So I think people have had a chance to kind of follow along and was interested throughout this whole process.
Also Payne, sorry.
You just got one of us this time. So that's the extent of the public engagement then, the Let's Talk.
That's what we sort of had planned this time, is that we would put each meeting and all the agenda information and meetings up online that people could see and sort of stretch that over the period, and then sort of push at the very end to also get people to kind of come in, but we didn't have any more pieces planned. I'm gonna do a presentation with the Chamber of Commerce this month, but outside of that, we didn't have anything else planned in the agenda for participation.
And do we feel that's a improved level of engagement from what we used to do, and we used to have a presentation here, and also the numbers were fairly limited of attendance?
I think so. Like when we used to do it in person, we would record a presentation and put that on the website, which is very similar in structure to probably that final presentation that I did on the last day, sort of a summary of the budget. We might have a handful of people that would come in person, but most would just look at that online, which is very similar to what they can do now. We didn't used to put all of the presentations up online. We're doing that so people can see everything. And I think it's more presentation based now than it was in the past. It was maybe more spreadsheet focused in the past, and now it's a bit more, having each department kind of present. So it's different. But I think when we did them in person, I think it was really challenging to get people to, in an evening, come in person, sit and come to City Hall and listen to the budget. So most were engaging or viewing it online anyway. So this, I think we've done more online than we've ever done.
And
Each year's
compared
been
to
more.
the survey, if I can just, the survey of last year, do you think this was a better way to go, or did the survey give you more information?
The survey, I think, would have value if it was done at a different time of the year. If it was done earlier, like say you did it in the summer or the early fall. When you're doing a survey after we've gone through all of the budget process, I would think it would be a challenge for council how to take that information in. I mean, you've sat through 100 hours of budget presentations probably by that point, and now you're sort of taking some comments at the end and trying to see how to fit that in with what knowledge you already have of what's going on. So it might be something that could be done sort of as a checkpoint in the middle of the year, sort of more of a general satisfaction of like, how are you feeling about parks or protective services or that type of thing, and then have that information before you even start talking about.
So similar to what Cranbrook does, I think their survey goes out in September.
Yeah, I think timing wise, that would make sense.
Yeah, I would think that would be much more
Mhm.
useful in the sense that the feedback then has some sort of mechanism to filter its way into the actual decisions, whereas now, like, the budget's kind of done.
Right.
And we're just showing it to them, but engagement is it's a bit of a stretch, really.
Yeah.
I think if it were earlier, that would be more useful and potentially give more time, and we could maybe even do, we can always run the finished product by everybody quickly, but like an engagement should be sort of all the way through.
And I think we always have a lot of different engagements going on, and sometimes it can get crowded, like we were trying to do an OCP this year, we have a liquid waste management plan, we had all these competing sort of, not competing with each other, but competing for people's time, attention. So, I mean, we're probably gonna have something every year, but if we maybe made it a regular thing every September or something that we do, that might be one way to do it.
Counselor Payne.
So do we need to sort of give that recommendation for this September, or how would that process work?
Sure. We are, past this new policy, we
Yeah,
wanna
you
do
have to
things
make a resolution.
formally.
No,
Does it
no,
go on
you-
the list at
Yeah,
some
then it would
point?
go on
Go
the
on the
work
list,
plan, yeah, it goes on the list, so we do need a,
So that's what I'm trying to
Formal-
understand.
yes,
Yeah,
that's
I think
the
that's
new process that we're trying to do is that, you know, this would take a bit of time, this wasn't something you just kind of take off the shelf to do a survey, so, yeah.
Sounds like doing it before instead of after those, so the time is.
Yeah, and next year's obviously gonna be a bit tricky with municipal elections and a new council and I'll be engaged with community around, council priorities and so it may, I think we just wanna figure out how those things work together.
I mean, it might even be more informative for a new council to have a gauge of the community going in, but that's my thought, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think just in terms of, we might wanna sort of a broader survey going in with a new, into a new council and strategic priorities. We might wanna ask a few more questions than we would ask on just a, input on the budget. You wanna probably ask input on where do you see the priorities of council should be. Anyway, that's why I bring it up, that, this one might look a little different than non-election years.
Cause the last time we did that with the thought exchange, which was,
Yeah, there's, I don't think any perfect process to, try to, get that feedback, but,
I don't,
campaigning is where you guys hear directly from people in that election, so that's a really strong lens that you get and talk to many people during that process, right?
I think that having a survey that's focused on the budget is fine to look at having done towards the end of the year, because I would think that it is of benefit to perhaps incoming council, and I realize that the council would have to look at what they see as their strategic plan and things going forward, but I would see that work actually being done in the spring, because of the fact there's that whole learning curve of getting councillors up to speed, and that, it's not like in December we're gonna suddenly start doing what the strategic plan would be for that group of people, so I think you can separate them out in terms of the fact that, because we were well into this term before we finally sat down to try to get the strategic plan organized. I think people have to work together and see where they fit with each other and have those discussions. So I see another survey or another set of questions going out, probably wouldn't go out until April or May of 2027 in terms of looking at sort of overall strategic direction of an incoming new council for their 4-year term. So so dream something up there, Councillor Payne, please. See if you can get a seconder.
so I resolve, is that what I'm doing, or
I just put that council direct staff to do a public engagement survey in September, that has
do
to
we
be.
need a seconder on that, or
Yep, so Payne and
is anyone?
And Pinero, so moved by Councillor Payne, seconded by Councillor Pinero. Councillors Tate, Councillor Woodward, any thoughts?
Sure, that doesn't undermine the engagement at this time of year in the subsequent seasons, right? So there's that survey piece, but this engagement at this time of year when the budget's been hashed out for 100 hours will still occur.
Yeah, I think we'd still put all the budget documents online, people can still view that, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But it just gives you different type of feedback at a time where maybe you can, take it into more consideration or, at the beginning of the process.
Yeah, it also gives a different balance in time of year for feedback, which can really impact who's responding and what's top of mind.
Yeah.
Councillor Woodward?
I would just, that's really early and there's a lot of discussion as we go down the road over the years to get, to get to budget season. I don't wanna overpromise or say that we can, it needs to kind of be general, I would say, because we haven't locked down the priorities yet. So, but I think like a good solid education, like a survey that is a good solid education on like how municipalities function and governance and budget and that kind of mix of information, so people really understand the process rather than like kind of final outcomes. But like there is a process that we all go through as staff and community. So yeah, just wouldn't want to load up too many like particular, like it's going to be this way, because things change over a budget season and things can change quickly.
If I can just add, I know there are a number of communities that do that, but the one that I've looked at for the past 2 years is Cranbrook.
Mhm.
And it didn't seem overwhelming, it seemed clear. Did you go through those?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how exactly they did it. I mean, when you do the survey earlier in the year, you're not informing the public what the tax increase
Yeah,
is.
that's-
In fact,
No.
they don't state anything. They just, it's more of a, how do you feel about the services you're receiving? Would you like to see more or less of this or that type of thing? It's just to kind of gauge, it's like more of a satisfaction survey than a budget survey.
And helping, sort of that education piece of helping people understand, if you want every sidewalk in Nelson plowed, then that's gonna be, that's a level of service that we don't currently offer, but this is how much it would cost. Whereas if, just some of those balances, and I really think that helps the residents have a better idea of some of the decisions that are made around the table, of how we balance the funding and using our resources wisely.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's valuable to have it up front.
Any further discussion or concerns, councillors? All those in favor of the recommendation? And that carries, okay. Anybody else have any other questions for Mr. Jury before we move on in terms of I just wanna take the opportunity to once again thank you. I mean, we'll be seeing not too sure, when do we get the first 3 readings? That's.
Yeah, I think the Cal meeting, the 17th.
Okay, so we'll have a special meeting at the Cal. Again, just all the work of all the departments and everything to be able to get this up and then get the information up and out. And I think that it was interesting to read the responses that you got, and it does look like people did go on and look, and I'm sure that we've all been stopped on the street corner and had reflections of the current budget. So anyways, thank you again for your work.
That brings up something, thank you, sorry to interrupt, may I, through the chair?
Don't interrupt me.
One thing that I remembered from some of the feedback and also in my own searching, and maybe Councillor Payne gets this too, sometimes when you're looking for something, you have to like click through every single agenda to try to go backwards and find, oh yeah, when did we have the first Nelson Hydro presentation? When was the second food cycler presentation? And those sorts of things to kind of compare. I am curious if it would, those budget presentations that are part of that feedback form, could they be kind of listed like the police section and the something section and the something section? Because we do break out the increase that way, so I think it would be able to, if we can make that connection, it would be great. For those that are digging, it can be a frustrating process.
Yeah, so are you saying to make it, if someone was specifically looking for, I wanna see the police presentation to make it easier for them to find that?
Yeah, either like a link to the, it's a this percent increase, link to the presentation.
I
And
see,
then you
I
go
see.
to that date,
Yeah.
and I know it's extra work, I know it is, and then, but once we kind of get in the swing of it, it can be really helpful, cause that digging can be quite frustrating.
Yeah.
And it can feel like lack of transparency, oh, it's buried in October.
Right.
No, it isn't, it was in October, the opposite. Okay, thank you.
No, that's a good idea.
It's actually motivating me to start using AI, don't
Right.
tell.
I do it for the bylaws as well, I can never quite find which bylaw has what, yeah,
Same.
thank you. It's extra work, I appreciate it.
Well, not for me, cause I don't know how to do that.
It's extra work for staff.
It would go for staff, yeah.
Thank you.
I'll find out.
It's pretty doable once you do it.
Okay, City Manager.
Yeah, a few items. Just to give an update on the Studio Arts, I think it is, KSA. So we did receive the full business plan on last Friday. We've had a cursory look. We're setting up a meeting with the key folks on the committee to just ask some more questions, get some more information. Sydney has provided a bit more information at this time. So that work will proceed. We're hoping to get this back to you at that April regular council meeting for potential decision. So that's our timeline as they need to sort of sort themselves out of, obviously it involves tenants potentially moving from their current space and obviously the current the Studio Arts program, working through trying to get accreditation, et cetera, and build business plans of how that might work. So they're anxious to have a decision from council. Civic Theatre Society, their tender for the work has closed. I guess the good news is it was primarily on budget for their last estimate. However, they do not have the funding to do the full program, so it was always looked at as, at least from our end, as a phase project. I think from their end as a phase project as well. So we have to sort of work through how they do that now that people have been on the full project, not a phased approach. So we again are setting up a meeting with them to look at both how they propose to do that and sort of what the impact of how do they continue to operate over this 12-month period while the theatre undergoes renovation. So that's in progress. We also had a meeting with BC Transit to talk about battery electric buses. So they are still intending to deliver those buses in 2026. I think they are looking at September to have those buses here. They have to put in that charging infrastructure in place to do that. So that's they want us to sign off on that. So there was a number of questions around both that work that needs to be done, how that is funded. They did share that the intent is to make it cost neutral to local governments by using the fuel savings will help offset some of those lease costs of this new capital, and I think it's about 1.8 million is what they're looking at to put in the charging infrastructure. And if there's a shortfall, then they'll make that up over the first 5 years of the agreement, and we're trying to get clarity on what happens after that and what potential shortfall could that be. There's also some other equipment, etc., to maintain those buses. Our employees, mechanics, you have to work on the roof of those buses, and that's a fall risk. So there's some equipment, etc., that needs to happen. You have to be able to remove those batteries from those buses, etc. So there's some work there, and there's probably some work that needs to be done on routing. I know our manager for fleet and garage is concerned that if the battery electric bus cannot do the full routing of the diesel buses at this time, so There's a concern that if we have breakdowns, can battery electric bus cover the same route as a diesel bus? So anyway, there's some routing concerns. So they're in the interim, they're going to keep a couple of the two diesel buses that they're supposed to replace until we make sure that this can operate in our fleet and not cause service challenges if we have breakdowns on either side of the, of those, either type of bus.
What's the, sorry,
Yeah, Councilor Perrin.
what's the shortfall with the routing? Like, is it a range problem or like a steep hill problem?
Well, it's mostly a range in terms of how long one of those buses can run without being charged. So right now, my understanding from our folks is that a diesel bus runs consecutive sort of shifts, like it runs 14 hours or whatever the day is, where an electric bus can't run that whole period without being charged. So that's
How long is the charge? Like a refuel is 21 minutes. How long is a charge?
right. I don't know that. It's not 21 minutes.
Councilor Piero, subsequent.
Is there such a thing as a hybrid bus? Cause it, just from hearing that breakdown, it just seems a bit problematic, actually. So like a hybrid would make potentially more sense if such a thing exists. I have no idea if that's a thing or not.
Yeah, I don't, they've made they're moving to full battery electric buses and, it doesn't sound like there's nothing in there that seems insurmountable. It's just, we were set up for diesel buses and how we operate at this present time, and we just need to adjust to how we operate to accommodate these different type of buses.
Yeah, holding on to the diesel buses, I think, was just a contingency for a couple of months, just to see, ensure that it can work before we send them back, but I think, our fleet transit manager felt that there could be a solution there. It's just restructuring the routes a little bit to make it work, so.
And that restructuring of routes is a process that's like, we can't just do sort of unilaterally, right? It's BC Transit is very involved in that, and they have their folks that work on it and develop them, and there's only a certain time of the year that they can kind of do them. So, I think that was my understanding of the conversation, is that work still needs to be done to really identify what route would actually be ideal for these buses, and then, you can run them along there. But yeah, I think maybe a little bit to your point too about, are there solutions? Because this seems like, of a challenge. Yeah, it did, as the city manager said, it didn't seem insurmountable, the challenges, but at the same time, as the city manager said earlier in the update, and there's also still just some sort of those longer term strategic questions that we have, because, it's one thing if they're going to convert us all over to battery electric bus and then we can start operating with only electric buses, right? It's another thing to get two now, and then, when's the plan for the additional ones coming, and, how is that going to disrupt? And we might only have room, So there's certainly some learnings that we'll gain out of this process moving towards it. And then once we have them, and I think that's, the city manager was alluding to some of those sort of strategic questions that you'd have been asking.
Councilor Payne.
So we know that Victoria's been running them for over a year at least.
Yeah.
Are there any other communities outside of that?
That are running them right now?
Yeah.
I do not believe so. So Kelowna is getting a number of these in this next deployment. So I think Victoria was the first deployment, and now I forget how many communities. I think we're one of the most rural, remote communities and smaller communities that are going to get these new buses. So we'll remove from. And we don't, I think the two is, like, I don't know how many Kelowna is getting, but I think Victoria definitely has a fleet of them, right? And so, that gives you more flexibility when you have a fleet of them versus two of them. So we have some unique things that need to be
And the other thing
sorted
is
out here.
the deeper cold that we get also affects
What's that?
the deep cold, the colder weather that we
Yeah,
get also
yeah.
affects your range, so that
Yeah.
might be one of the things when you're, I'm sure they've taken it all in, but when you're looking at routing in the summer and winter.
Yeah.
Unless there's a different technology that's handling that for the buses than for the automobiles, but.
Yeah, so, yeah, I just to say that, you know, when you get something new like this, there's a number of things that you have to sort out as you go through the process.
Counselor Tate?
Thanks, and can you remind us, with regards to the charging infrastructure and the other capital improvements, how that cost is split? Or who carries that cost, or I think you said that it gets recovered, but we're not sure how much, can you just explain that?
Yeah, so the total was the 1.8 million.
Yeah,
I think 80% was grant funded,
okay,
and then for the municipal share, that 20%,
Okay.
BC Transit was going to use funding to offset that for 5 years guaranteed. At the end of that 5 years, they and we are a little unclear what happens, so that was part of the questioning we had is what is that cost, and in year 6, what would we expect to see, or how that looks.
thank you.
Counselor Payne?
Isn't SD8, aren't they running electric buses now?
I believe they are, yeah.
Yeah, well, they have, I know that, I think there's 1 or 2 in the fleet,
Yeah.
so similar
Well,
thing.
we're gonna have one or two.
Yeah.
So where are they, like, are they maintaining theirs, and is there any sort of?
They're a totally different bus than a transit
okay.
bus.
Yeah, there's school buses that, I think
Yeah,
they were
I-
Crested, aren't they?
Yeah, they're school buses.
We have one here.
Did we run one here?
Yeah.
'Cause I
Yeah,
thought
my
they
kids
used to have
ride
Crested
the
start
shark
with-
bus is
Yeah.
e-bus.
And
So
as
the
you saw on the
maintenance
tour,
and the charging and everything, is that dramatically different?
well, I think
Like
they just.
they've installed all the infrastructure to run one bus here? That seems expensive, but okay.
So there's 2 in SD8 and there's a bit of a pilot, but they're only running in the morning and the afternoon.
I get that part.
And then they can plug them in, so this, the stressors on the bus would be far less than a than a city bus running full routes, so.
But I'm thinking of the infrastructure. Where are they charging their buses? Like, we're about to pay
I
$1.8
think it's
million to
more
charge
of
2
just kind of a
buses.
plug-in, cause they run them in the morning, they plug them in the afternoon, they run them in the afternoon, they plug them overnight. So it's probably a much simpler
Okay, just
task than running
curious.
a-
Seems like an
city bus.
opportunity for some sort of collaboration and synergy, but
Yeah, we sort of rely on government to sort that part of it out. They should be,
higher levels of government, you mean, because we are government.
yes, higher levels of government. The provincial government responsible for BC Transit and public education region.
Has it occurred to them that that could be like a provincial synergy, so that they're not building 2 sets of bus charging infrastructure on their dime for a really small remote community that doesn't have a full fleet? Could somebody suggest that?
Since we know their dime is just getting a little thinner.
Yeah, I sometimes they don't have
Yeah,
that,
sometimes they, yeah.
I only just thought of it now. Maybe
We can mention that.
just, hey.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you, smart.
We're happy to share.
Yeah.
I think, are we happy to share? Yeah, I think we are happy to share.
Of course we're sure. We always share.
Let's share. Okay. That was
Okay, so anyway, I guess the bottom line is we're working through a number of items to be prepared for these new buses that will arrive this fall.
very exciting.
Yeah.
I have another transit question, if I may.
Sure.
I'm just super curious, since I, don't generally build things other than meals, why it's taking so long for us to get the bus fold-down seat at the transit stop. It just seems like it's been months upon months, and we luckily haven't had to snowplow those streets very frequently, so
Yeah.
it seems like a missed opportunity, and I like to have the public hear
Sure,
when we
yeah.
say we're gonna do something, that we are gonna do it soon.
Yeah, I meant to ask that when because they did bring up the transit exchange and some additional costs that around that, so but I gapped.
Yeah, no, we've been getting emails, cause we've been sending them emails saying, where you at? Seems like a while, so the process with the provider to fabricate these, cause they were not something that they had in stock or anything. We just heard, I think sort of late last week, maybe even yesterday, that they're now in the powder coating phase. So they had to go into, production or, fabrication, got put together, and then powder coating, and then there was an expectation of when they were gonna come out, and I'll have to look it up in my emails, but it seemed like we were still a few weeks away, which is quite
So
frustrating
weeks,
to us.
not months.
Well, let me confirm that, Councillor Payne. This is,
Okay.
out of our hands.
I just, every time I'm there waiting for the bus on Wednesdays, I just look over and
Yeah. Stand by.
not critical, I just wanted to follow up and see where we're at,
So the email said, can confirm the benches are out of fabrication and will be going to powder coating today, and this was on 17th, so last week. As soon as we get a lead time, we will send more info. And so that's 2 weeks ago, and we haven't heard back. We can send something off.
Thank you.
So still undetermined when we'll be seeing them.
Undetermined, but at least they haven't lost our check in the mail.
Yes. All right, a couple other things. I did share an email with you from Nelson Cares. Obviously with the cancellation, the community housing funds that impacted both Share Nelson and Nelson Cares proposed affordable housing projects. The Nelson Cares board did look at whether there's other funding streams, and identified a few of those with, I assume, with Macola to look at whether this was viable through another funding stream, and have concluded that it is not, and they are not proceeding with that project. We haven't heard from Share Nelson. We'll reach out to them, and I assume they're in that similar position. I would say Nelson Cares is probably a bit more sophisticated than Share Nelson in terms of moving these projects forward, but one never knows. We'll reach out to them.
I just want to clarify that if Share decides to move their project forward in another manner, do they have to be the CMHC affordable rentals to have access to that city land, or knowing that it's a nonprofit who's going to make it as affordable as possible, would we still allow them to continue with the long lease?
I think that ultimately a decision of council.
I think that would have to come back to council,
Yeah, because I think they
see what the financials look like and see if it's in alignment.
Yeah, I think the resolution that council passed was to make those available to those nonprofits based on receiving the funding through CHF.
So the CHF specific funding, so
I
even
believe
if
it.
they had both gone to Build Canada Homes and it had been successful in getting the money, that wouldn't have qualified, is that what you're saying?
We'd have to check the resolution,
Yeah.
but I think
Okay.
I think at the time that's that's what they had asked for, and I think you specifically had to address that in that CHF application. So yeah, they would have to come back to council, and
I
think
mean, we
that's
still
per-
have a dire need for housing, and we know that the Railtown Housing Society is not gonna be deeply affordable housing.
No, and with your getting CMH, and that's subsidized fairly significantly by the province, so.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's provincial, federal, but that's still fairly,
I just wanna make sure we're
Quite deeply
looking under
subsidized.
every rock in every corner, because the situation is not getting any less dire. And the other thing I would say is, I was on a call this morning with Canadian Alliance to End Housing, and one of the key things that they just feel that our members of parliament are not hearing strongly enough from residents that this is dire. So they're not hearing all the time. They certainly recognize it from a high level. But if anybody's listening out there, call, write, let them know that this has got such a dramatic effect on not only our community, every community across the country, but your elected representatives in both provincial and federal need to hear from you all the time. Call them, write them, drop into their office, just let them know this is not okay. Gotta keep moving forward. That's my rant of the day.
Yeah, so in summary, so they're not moving it forward, and if Sharon Nelson feels they have a project or somebody else feels they have bring forward a project, yeah, I'll come back to council. Coralyn, we were in a meeting yesterday, I think it was, on a presentation on, there is a order that governs the Coralyn Dam and what kind of, how they manage that dam. And it was an order in 1938 and has not been changed since that time, so the board, the
International Kootenai Lake Board of Control.
Control.
It's really how the Kootenai Lake is managed with water level, so it's managed via Coralyn, but that's the outcome.
well, Coralyn is,
South of Creston.
Oh, Coralyn's
Oh,
over there.
Coralyn, I'm hearing
Yeah.
Coeur d'Alene.
no,
Coralyn, I'm
Coralyn.
with ya.
Coralyn Dam, yeah.
Yeah,
On the the river part of the thing, that's what controls the lake levels at outside of freshet period. So as people here probably recognize, it's the Groman Narrows that controls the lake levels during freshet. The Coralyn Dam is fully open to allow as much water to pass down the river as possible in those high water level periods, so that so it's basically outside that April to May period, or that the Coralyn controls the lake levels, and if they right now they can raise the lake levels up to 6 feet with the Coralyn, and there's some other windows there that they that control the maximum lake levels. So that's under review, and again, you probably recognize that, you know, after the Coralyn was built, they built the Libby Dam in Montana, and they built the Duncan and in north of us, and that's under the Columbia River Treaty. So the jurisdiction of this group does not include those other dams that have a large impact on lake levels, especially outside primarily outside or during the freshet, is those dams can control how much water gets into the Kootenai lake system. So unfortunately, there's no, they just don't have the authority to address how those other dams are operated. They basically assume they'll be operated similar to how they're operated now, and so they're looking for feedback from public. I think they identified a date. I don't have that with me. I don't know, Mayor, if you wrote that down.
I don't have,
I think it was in
all of my
June.
notes I took here.
So they're gonna have a public meeting for further feedback. They're meeting on both sides of the border, farmers in Idaho and farmers in Creston, etc. So depending on those lake levels, and that causes higher water levels down all the way into Idaho. So they're meeting with them as well as the general public and local governments, etc. to get feedback. And an interesting thing that came up in our meeting, we always sort of look at what the impact of high water levels are, but we're also just as concerned about what low water levels look like in terms of our operations as well. So we're going to
Wildlife.
provide some feedback on that.
Anything else?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Councillor Payne,
Is there any update on the sinkhole?
Yeah, Chris.
I think.
Oh, that's,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
I'm just gonna go over to,
I'll catch CAO. Could you remind us and the public, there was some announcements about feedback on the Kulos Marina. Could you remind the table and the public what that looks like in terms of council authority?
Yeah, so I think that came out because Kulos has applied to the federal government to proceed with the marina. And the federal process requires community consultation, and that's what you, our public witness saw was that feedback from the federal government. Marinas have both federal, provincial, and local government oversight. So that's the federal process. As far as the city, that rezoning was once done a number of years ago, I think 10 years ago. And at that time, council did approve the 60 slip marina, but 50% of those slips had to be non-motorized. And it, there is a provision for a potential restaurant on the foreshore. That's all been approved previously by council. So this process is not municipal process. This is a federal process to address any federal issues with that proposed marina.
Can I ask, when I see the picture and the releases, you might remember this from whenever the proposal came forward, why is that marina so much farther into the center
Because of
of
the depth of the water.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's very shallow.
Goes right back to the conversation we're having about the border control.
Right, gotcha, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the
That
reason
is interrelated.
yeah,
I
that's
like
the
that.
reason
Related.
it's out further is because of the
Yeah.
depth.
So I think what you're asking though is that for people to understand, so we're getting a number of emails that are coming into our online submittals that we get as counselors, and that hopefully, like, it's wonderful that people are writing us, but our sort of part of the 3 governmental phase has actually been completed, and hopefully these people are also making their submissions to that higher level of government that has to be involved, or back to Kulos Properties, who put out the original memo. So I think that there's some confusion there, that people think that, so this is not our public feedback gathering mechanism. This is a requirement of the proponent to another level of government, not local government. I think that message often gets a little bit confused when the project is outside the front door. Councillor Pinero, then Councillor Payne.
This is
All
probably
these Ps.
conjecture in some respects, but I've never dealt with this before. So once it's multi-level with government responsibility for something like a marina, what is the reality of that? And if people are engaged enough, and if people do feel strongly enough about it either way, will that sway the final decision, or does it have the ability to sway the final decision to that level of government, or do we know that? Has that happened in the past? Do we?
I can't answer that question, Councillor Pinero, but perhaps one of staff could answer that question. I don't.
I would, yeah, I think each project is unique. I think the federal government has certain responsibilities, and they're getting feedback on, well, this, how does this project or this marina fit with those aspects of it, so it wouldn't be, and there, the feds are navigable waters, so, how does this affect navigable waters, and so that's, I think that's the feedback.
Feedback is tailored towards the aspects that the federal government
Yeah.
controls and cares about, then that has the ability
Navigation,
to.
fish.
So I definitely suggest people address what, those regulations and those, that the federal government has, and, because if you just say,
It's noisy.
Right.
That's not gonna work.
probably not their responsibility.
Councillor Payne, and then Councillor Woodward.
I guess my question is around the 3 levels of government. So you're saying about 10 years ago, part of this was a responsibility of the municipal council when they zoned it to be a marina?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So it is all 3, it's just that our piece of that puzzle has been completed and now it moves on because the proponent has moved forward based on the zoning the city did.
Yeah, and I would say that we saw that actually come twice, did we not?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
came back to
Different-
the previous council.
So with, no, I don't mean council-wise, I mean in terms of the owner of the property. That property there has changed hands many times, and each time it's changed hands, people have come forward with a new plan that came before council, like these plans do. And decisions were made, and then property was sold, and that wasn't the plan that the proponent that bought the property that time wanted to do, came back with another plan, right? Currently, we actually have the same proponent that's built what's there now, also has the, ability to develop this marina. So it's just like, it's come back to council a few times depending on who's owned the land.
Okay, and a subsequent, if I may, so then we don't, because of these different levels of government, we don't have any say in, I don't know how to phrase this, but having a wake on this side of the bridge, like people can go as fast as they want on, I thought there was an understanding they had to get to the other side of the bridge, but maybe that's because I've been out with polite motorists or something.
Yeah, I think we can.
We can ask that.
Okay.
Or some,
Okay,
cause our zoning goes.
that's what I'm hearing is the largest concern,
Okay.
Yeah, and I
Our
think,
zoning goes to the mid part of the lake.
right?
And I think we do have authorities to make it a wake zone for our side of the lake.
So then the RD has the other
Would be-
side?
I would assume it's in their jurisdiction, yeah.
Okay,
and we have had that discussion at the table before about having a no wake zone, and then I think what happens is that oftentimes these projects then just stall. I mean, that project has been,
Right.
25 years in the making there. So, yeah. And there's been lots of discussion about, say, from the Orange Bridge all the way down to the end of the dog walk, potentially being a no wake zone. I mean, there has been conversation about that, and I think that
Okay.
that could be something that could be further pursued at some point.
I think for the letters that I've received, the emails, that may be a solution to the major concerns.
Yeah.
So
So
we
that
do
could-
have some
Yeah.
possibility.
Some tools that we could
Some
put in
tools,
place.
thank you. Always good to know we have tools.
Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I'm casting my memory back, like we went through all this and it was all public and the decisions were made and the developer built on those rules. And then the marina was part of that. Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah, and the,
He was always going to develop that marina,
yeah, and the compromise was with the developer was to,
the 50%.
both public access, there'll be public access
Yeah.
in that marina and
50%.
and reducing, non-motorized, that was the
Thank you.
council at the time wanted.
Which again is an interesting term because even sailboats have a motor in them.
Yeah.
So
So no sailboats either, just canoes?
none of the bigger, So
Well,
a
I think-
non-motorized boat is
Yeah.
canoe,
I think
kayak, wakeboard.
I think primarily non-motorized.
Splitting hairs.
But no, I think when you're, when you have that sort of ruling, we have to make sure that we understand, cause I think of a sailboat as a non-motorized, but to get out into you generally use your motor.
Yeah.
So,
Just getting out of the marina.
Yeah.
Generally,
okay. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and like some of the digging, I also pull up, when you're trying to like go backwards, there was a question about, marina also at the far end, right? At one point, not that long ago?
Yeah, and I
On the other
think,
side of the
yeah,
bridge.
Down at
council,
the Kootenai, that like by the KFP.
Pico deck.
Kootenai
Yeah.
Landing, there we
Yeah,
go.
Kootenai Landing, Pico deck.
And that one hasn't been developed yet, right? There's no marina
And that
down there,
property's for sale.
right? Oh, okay, gotcha. But it's rezoned already, that one, for a marina? We don't know.
no, I don't believe marina was part of that development.
Okay. Thank you.
That was gonna be staged, like when it was gonna be staged over a period of time, so I don't think any decision was made in terms of seeing something that came across the table in terms of marina, but that was always the look. I mean, the idea would be to convert the Pico deck into like another pier.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's interesting if there's 60 slips there. I know there's that one lane basically of parking that's kind of a part of the Kulos development that seems as though it would be for that area, but it'll be interesting to see how that traffic navigation works out.
Yeah.
It's a tricky one.
Yeah, and I think they anticipated that probably the majority owners of that marina would be tenants of the
Right.
property, right?
Mm-hmm. But
Yeah.
that's for that public access
Yeah.
aspect of it.
And just also, in Natalie's note, she also identified that province advertised the marina a few years ago, so I think they've gone through their process, so it's really the federal process that's in play right now.
2019, 2023, 2026. Gotcha. Does it, sorry, one more question, I apologize. Does it always go in that order? Municipal, provincial, federal? Not sure.
I think probably those other levels wanna know that it's been zoned for that, you know, for the intended use before they go through a whole process to determine whether they we're gonna approve it. Them approving it and it has no zoning probably doesn't make sense, so I suspect we do our part first.
Thank you.
Counselor, I just made you a counselor. Mr.
Pay
Johnson,
decrease.
when he retires,
Something.
he'll miss it so much when he retires that he'll want to come and be a counselor.
Yeah, so I can provide an update on the CPKC incident that we, dealt with last week. Sort of broad situational awareness or picture setting. Early Thursday morning of last week, we were contacted by CP to inform that it appeared that a void had formed on the line 2, so down in this area, right below Jam Factory Lane, there's I think 5 or 6 rail lines there. There's the main line, which is the primary one used. I think line 2 is maybe used for shunting, like moving the cars around, and then the other ones are no longer used, as I understand. Anyway, so the void was there, so we attended site, at site, it was, identified that yes, there was this void and it looked like it did go towards, the number 1 line. And so we deployed crews. There's, a couple of challenges that came from this. So ultimately it was caused by the sanitary system that had just eroded. So that piece of pipe in that area is, corrugated metal pipe or CMP. Which was used primarily sort of, and this is going back to my Calgary days, I know when we put it in a lot there, it was really highly used in the 60s and 70s. I'm not sure when this one was installed, but we have it. This was the same type of pipe that was at Lakeside, right? When we had to tear up the
By the
entrance to
duck
the
pond?
soccer fields. Ultimately, crews attended the site, identified that, this was sanitary that was going through there, and worked with CP to understand what their timeline was. Their timeline was that they needed the tracks to be available by 6 p.m. Thursday evening for their train to come through from Tech. So crews worked towards that deadline. To get there, they needed to bypass that line of pipe. So take all the wastewater that was coming down through that pipe, stop it somewhere, pump it over to another manhole to send it on its way, so that then they could isolate that area and put in new pipe, repair, so on and so forth, and backfill this void. So when we got on site, we they used the camera, and the crews identified that it wasn't quite as big as originally thought, which was good news. But ultimately, we're able to push pipe through the cavity and get that installed underneath the number 1 line and that 2 line. And backfill that cavity to sort of typical road standard, and then be out of there. I think we were out of there by 4:30 that day. So That's sort of the immediate emergency that was there, or urgency behind that was to address that. If you went behind City Hall, you would have noticed that we're still bypass pumping, so we're taking this opportunity to address that pipe in both directions. So over the last, starting yesterday and the last couple of days, crews have been working to excavate and replace that pipe as it goes under, like towards the lake and underneath the other tracks. So I believe that is all done now and backfilled. I'm kind of looking at Steve. Yeah, it's done and backfilled. Now we're just actually working on, right at the edge of the CP land, we also had a manhole there, and that manhole had when it was put in, it wasn't the best in its structure, and it had been sort of beat around over the years by trains with attachments, and so we're actually moving that manhole back, installing a new one. So installing the new manhole, and that's why we're continuing to bypass until that new manhole's in. We've got all the pipe replaced, and then we'll just replumb everything in through the new manhole and down through the new pipe. So, ultimately, what have we learned from this and what are we doing? It is that, we now have our camera crew. So we have a crew, have a camera on a big spool that they can send down pipes to check conditions of the pipes, and that's they go through and look for any type of sags in the pipe, or holes, or root masses, anything like that could block it up. In this case, we're going to go through all of our crossings, so anywhere where we have pipe going underneath the rail tracks, we're going to camera all of that and just confirm the condition of those. A lot of them had received the SIP relining, right, cast in place relining, but we're just going to go through and do a sweep of those to understand the condition of all of our pipe that goes underneath the rail. So we'll be doing that over the coming weeks, months, as they're able to get to the jobs with everything else. And I think it's a good opportunity to remind the public as well. On the Thursday, I think it was, or maybe the Friday, there wasn't much work happening on Josephine, right? And that's because we had to mobilize people down to this site. And I think that one of the things that oftentimes residents see something like that and are concerned that there's nothing happening, and it's not that there's nothing happening, there's just nothing happening there because we don't have all the resources to be able to do all the jobs at once, right? Our resources are a fixed number, and we have to use those and deploy them as we see fit. So this was an emergency, something that wasn't planned. It came up. We went down there. I think the crews did fantastic work to get, everything sealed up within a matter of hours. And, not only is it's not like they just went down there and shoveled a bunch of dirt in the hole, or replaced the pipe and shoveled a bunch of dirt in a hole, but they actually came up with a whole plan for the whole area too, within that time. So just really great work between engineering and public works to get down and do all of that stuff. So CP was really great to work with, and we had a good partnership there to make sure that everything was happening, and they provided that positive rail safety on either end, so we knew that trains wouldn't be coming through. And they obviously have all of their safe work procedures that we have to follow when we're on their site, as well as our own. So that was a really successful partnership in that as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Tate?
I don't totally understand, was the sinkhole on city land or was it on CP land, but it's city sewer, so it's a city responsibility?
Yeah. So it was caused, we have right of way, CP land,
Gotcha,
but our infrastructure cost it.
gotcha, thanks.
I was hoping somehow that the train vibrating along there was the problem and that it would be CPs, but I was told that I had the information wrong. One can always hope. So, do you have anything else, Mr. Johnson?
No, I would just say that, with obviously really nice couple of days, the last few days, we're getting into a bit more wetting, but, and with all the work that we have going, we're looking at, we've actually pulled off of a winter shift. So just know that, now's the time of the year where it starts to get your just sort of, it's more of an art than a science, I guess you might say, this time of the year, where you know, so winter shift is when we have staff that will work through the night. We still have morning shifts, so we start at 0400 and then work through, and we have an evening shift that goes till you know, 10 or 11 at night. But then, you know, the overnight shift is not there, that we call the winter shift, that would be for plowing if we're having to fight a bunch of snow. So, you know, we're focusing now, and you've seen the street sweeper out, so you've seen how dusty it is. It's always, if you haven't, you know, you just walk in front of City Hall on a day like today, and you know, it's quite a lot there. So we're getting out and getting after that already, which we normally like to do, but we are anticipating, you know, a bit of a pattern shift here. So just to know that, you know, it's the fun time for operations where they're trying to make everything work, you know, and we're out trying to get good soil on the beds and in parks and stuff like that. You know, I saw they were working on Vernon Street Boulevard, coming down from Gyro today, and you know, so all of that sort of early spring work is starting to happen as it does every year, and just waiting to see if we get, you know, slapped with another big snowfall in town.
Councillor Tate.
Thanks. So unexpected things that happen in Calgary or here, and I know we have really smart budgeting because we can expect that unexpected things will happen, and this unexpected thing had to move everybody over, et cetera, et cetera. Feeling okay about it though, despite that?
Budget wise?
Sure.
I would think maybe the wise move would be, because we haven't adopted a financial plan yet, to include some of these additional costs in that capital plan for the sewer utility.
As opposed to like restructuring or rejigging the which block was being replaced
I
when.
mean, you can and do less, you know,
Because we have that year-to-year plan of which blocks, and so now, oh, we're just not gonna do that block in 2028, we're gonna bump that to 2029. I was just curious, what's the better move in your opinion?
well, when I think of the capital plan for the wastewater utility, it's things like planning for the force main, like you're not gonna cut back on that.
No.
You know, liquid waste management plan, you're not gonna cut back on that.
No.
We weren't doing a lot of like sewer line replacements, so
Mhm.
I would think the best move is to add a contingency, and I've already been working with Charlie Henderson and trying to get a sense of where we're at for costs, and include something in the financial plan when we bring it forward on March 17th that adds a bit of additional buffer in the capital to accommodate this unforeseen capital improvement.
And I think just to be assurance to the public, you know, as council's aware, we do have reserves, and ultimately we need to replace our mains, and this one wasn't scheduled at this time. However, it would have had been addressed somewhere in that capital plan. So it's really a timing difference. I don't think it really affects you know, what rates will look like going forward. You know, we would have budgeted, you know, sanitary main replacement somewhere in that capital plan. It's just this one's getting advanced a little bit, and yes, you might lose a little bit of interest on that, but likely not impacting the larger plan at all.
Because it was a one-day project as opposed to a 3-week project.
Well,
Yeah, it's probably even more than a day, I think they've
Yeah.
been out there for probably 5 or 6 days.
yeah, the day was
total.
to deal with the, you know,
They get it so the train could come in, so
So
there's still
I'm-
more work to get done.
Super cool. I'm hearing two different things. I'm hearing you say, let's put this extra capital in, and I'm hearing you say it doesn't matter because it would have been in there in the long term anyway,
Well,
so.
Both true.
Okay,
Yeah.
It depends.
I'm talking about 2026,
Yeah.
and the city manager's talking about, you know, a
5-year capital
50-year
plan.
capital plan.
Okay.
Yeah, it's some, in the capital plan would be to replace that and to fund that through reserves.
Yeah.
We're just front loading it and doing it now, and so at some point where that's planned in the financial plan, we won't do that.
gotcha. Thank you. It is both.
it is.
Councillor Payne.
To an uneducated eye, it looks like things are going very well on Josephine Street. There's a lot of progress being made, it would seem, considering the time window that we have available. Any update on that you can share with us, or? And when things slow down for a day, I go back to the pandemic experience and I go, oh, we must be waiting for some material or equipment or something. So I don't normally get concerned unless I, look at the big yellow green building where nothing happens for weeks or months.
Yeah, and I think, Steve's here and, they, found some interesting things as always in our streets. The old tramway ran through there, so they ran into, I think you said 8 inches of concrete and 18 inches of concrete, yeah, in there that, they weren't expecting, so we're always finding things like that. But, yeah, I think seems to be good progress. The soils seem to be pretty decent and we're not running into other things rather than, some old infrastructure that was down there that we run into, especially in the downtown where it's been around for a while. And it's a 100-year-old pipe, so that's 100 years of things happening in that street. One other thing I should mention is, which the public may have questions around, is the development on Vernon Street here. So we did reach out to the developer, I think, and they are working through their refinancing on that project. He did share with us from their mortgage broker around that they do have commitments of financing for that. So he certainly shared that they still that's a high priority to finish that project. They're still fully committed to that project, and it's taken a while. I guess their original financer ran into problems in a project in Vancouver that impacted financing for this one, so they had to go and find different financing. And really, when you have a finance partner come in mid-construction, that causes, that they basically had to re-look at the whole project and do a costing, the whole process again. So it's taken some time. But they're hoping to have that finalized in the next month or so, and committed to getting back fully up on that project as soon as that financing is in place. So we're all hopeful that all that falls into place. He recognizes how important that project is in our downtown, and committed to the project.
Councilor Payne?
So even once their financing is back in place, that project's still like a year out. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I think he mentioned, they're probably a good 12 months out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he also mentioned that they're still seeing really strong demand for that product that they're offering there.
Okay.
And that's a purpose, just a reminder, that's functionally it's a rental building as opposed to sale of.
Yeah, it's assisted living, so just much like the other ones in town,
Like Anderson Place?
you
No, more like Lakeview Village.
Lakeview
No,
Village.
Lakeview
Yeah.
Village, yeah,
No,
not
not Anderson
at
Place,
all.
Anderson,
Right.
Anderson.
Like Lakeview Village, okay.
Lakeview, yeah.
So that's it. Chris?
okay, so normally we would do council reports, but we do have a bit of a stroll for dinner. So there's two things here. One is, unless somebody's got something that's really important that they wanted to report on, if we could maybe leave council reports till the cow on the 17th, because we do have a really, I think, what could be long agenda when we come back, starting at 7 in terms of the work that's here before us. So if everybody's okay with that we can put those reports off. And I in my head, I always we have this on here both times, and in my head, when we started 4 years ago, that council reports were gonna be at the cow meetings. Because they're sort of more collaborative and open and not as part of regular meetings, because it's not regular business to hear, I mean, we wanna know what councilors have been doing, but it's not like it needs a motion or that it's a piece of business, so I think the cow is the appropriate place for them anyhow, and I just don't know, I think what happens is that these agendas are kind of like a set form.
They're in the procedure bylaw.
And it's probably in the procedure bylaw, and we'll make sure that we make an amendment to take it out, so it's only once a month, but anyhow, Councilor Tate.
Could you just share with us what happened at the federal announcement this week it was at Klesnikoff?
It was at Kleskoff. So yesterday I did attend, the Member of Parliament, Gregor Robertson, who's used to be the mayor of Vancouver at one point, and is now the housing and infrastructure parliamentarian, and also responsible for Pacific Can, which is the BC sort of regional Canadian economic development branch. And he was in Cascar to talk about housing, and that the, you know, orders from Prime Minister Carney have been, we need to build faster and more housing, and it probably needs to look at sort of off-site kind of model, and that's the phrase that they're now using in terms of modular constructed housing, is to call it off-site housing. I think that trying to find the correct word, because people had different visions, that it was like mobile homes or trailers or something.
Rebrand, I like that.
So, and they had a fund, they had talked about two funds. They talked about the Canada Homes Builds, and a community fund that they have. And from that fund, they have $13 million for projects in southeastern British Columbia. And Klesnikoff's was fortunate enough to get $5.5 million. And for basically what's being looked at is like tariff relief. And so there are a number of projects. I think that there was probably an article in the paper today that talked about the other groups in southeastern British Columbia that have gotten some of this money. It is a loan, but it does allow people to, these organizations that got money, to upscale and their equipment and stuff that they have in their processes to go forward. But it was a wonderful opportunity to be at their new plant in Castlegar, the one that's by the airport, to see how they do their module rollout systems. And they had demonstration projects there of schoolrooms, dormitories, studio apartments, other apartment, 1 and 2 bedrooms, that we were able to walk through and see. So it's absolutely fascinating what they can do there at Klesnikoff's. And yeah, so hopefully they are successful and continue to be looking at builds, and hopefully we'll see maybe at some point our fire hall, you know, being a combination of modular and mass timber and such. So yeah, it was really exciting to be there to see that they're recognizing that tariffs have had an effect on local businesses, and Klesnikoff's in particular, who we know that industries such as softwood lumber that have had tariff project issues for many years, and they're like the full meal deal. Klesnikoff's, like, where some people might be doing off-site manufacturing, you know, they're not also cutting down the trees and processing the trees. And so it really is the full fabrication process from forest tenure that they manage all the way through to finish product rolling off the assembly line. And so it's very interesting, and I think that's why they got the $5.5 million. They were the yeoman sum of the money for the area, and I'm sure people were probably wondering, like, why did they get so much? But I mean, they didn't go into any detail, but in my head, it's the fact that they go right from the one end to the other, and they have been highly affected by tariffs.
And they're a huge employer. They're a
Huge, yeah.
huge
They have
employer.
350 employees, I believe was brought up when they were talking about it yesterday. So anyways, it was pretty exciting to go there and participate in that. So
Glad you were there to keep the Nelson voice alive
yeah.
and vocal. It's great.
So, okay, if I could have a motion to recess for dinner? Moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Woodward, all those in favor? Okay, thank you, councillors.
Ramadan, how you doing? Good. Good. Yeah.
Rick. You'll be a huge face.
Yeah, right now you will be the whole square in the room.
I'm trying. It's not.
Oh,
There you go. Oh my god. I am mute.
Holy, what do you command, Rick?
Do I command? You can call me General Larkovitz.
The party.
Right.
1984.
Yeah.
The eye.
Been there, done that. That he's being disturbed until I leave this location.
And just so you know, Rick, we're Councillor Lockwood, we're all here except for Councillor Page, who's too many time zones away
Yeah.
participating tonight. So, oh, and we are golden. It's 7 o'clock. If I could have a motion to reconvene, please. Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Tate. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. First up, we are now at item 8, request a development variance request for 10 Pine Street. Development Services has received a development variance permit, a DVP application from C4 Construction Limited for the property located at 10 Pine Street. The purpose of the application is to reduce the interior side yard on the south and the rear yard setbacks, which would be east. Staff recommended council approve the DVP to reduce the interior side yard and rear setback due to the unique site geometry and topography. So,
I'll move to the floor.
okay, so it's been moved and seconded by Councillor Tate. And council, did you feel that we needed to have any comment from staff, or is everybody good with what they've read in the package?
It's a good package.
Councillor Tate.
I have a question. Thank you for the package. Thank you for all the drawings and such. I was curious, there seemed to be very little feedback from the neighborhood. There would have been the big sign and all of that, and is that the sum total of the feedback?
We received 2 letters, the one that was referenced in the report and another person who had wrote to us just concerned about development in that area just in general, but they didn't ask for that to be included in the council package, so we didn't do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Payne.
I'm just curious about 2 different things. Where's the entry to this?
So the
It's
entry
gotta be
would,
off Pine Street, can't it?
yeah,
Yeah,
if
it
you look
is.
at the
Oh,
map,
it is. Okay, I'm looking at the first map, this one.
yes, that one. Yeah.
Okay. It is at the narrow end there then.
It is
Okay.
actually just below the number 8 and 8 Pine Street. It actually goes kind of off to the side.
Okay, oh, I thought that was a neighbor's driveway, so that's not the case.
For whatever reason, that little nugget of land is part of the road right away.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that at first and then I went, no, that must be the neighbor's. Okay, thank you very much. And the second is sort of tangential to this conversation, but in the work that the climate team is doing around building materials, is there anything about color? I find black as a choice, and maybe this is just the artist rendering. I find black is such an interesting choice considering the way the climate's going, but and we don't need to find out right now. I can pursue that with them.
Yeah, I can't really comment on what climate is working on, and with the new OCP in place, we only require development permits. We only regulate design if it's 5 units or more. So in this case, whatever color they would up to them.
That project that they're working on for the different materials that are.
Paint has not been discussed as I'm aware at this point.
Yeah.
They're the materials that they're looking at is the embodied carbon. Now, I get your point that you're gonna be a giant heat suck potentially, right, in the summer,
Like the
but
building on Victoria.
yeah.
I'm just curious, as I say, I did a white roof on our place because I didn't want to be smoking hot in there or ramping up our electricity bills in the summer, keeping it cool because we're a natural attractant, but I guess aesthetically, I was not concerned.
Thanks. I had a curiosity if that's a little nugget of road. So what does that mean for snow removal and city responsibilities if there's now a road that goes to a property in that way?
It would still be the responsibility of the property owner, so 10 and 8 Pine Street, cause it's essentially an extension of their driveway. They just have a larger driveway than most people on that lot, so it ultimately 8 and 10 would have to share that spot, cause it's a shared driveway.
Okay, so it's not city land?
It is, but it's almost like the boulevard area, so if you imagine the area between your property line and the curb of the road, it's the property owner's responsibility. It would be the same in this case. They would have more space to maintain than most people.
It's a big fat boulevard. Gotcha. Thank you.
Any further questions while we have staff here? Seeing none, thanks for Councillor Lockburn. All those in favor?
Oh, sorry, I had one more question.
Okay, more questions?
Whoops, apologies. Does this 4 units, does it have to have the dedicated garbage and recycling? And was that showing on here and I missed it? Sorry, that was my third question.
No, in this case, that falls under the current zoning bylaw and there's no requirement for dedicated space for garbage or recycling areas. So once the new bylaw is in place, hopefully in April, there would be a requirement to show areas for garbage and recycling and compost.
So does that mean if we approve it right now, it would not have to have that even though we're 5 weeks from the approval of the new bylaw?
Yeah.
That's correct, yeah.
Do you think that we could encourage them to add that?
We could, I think they have quite a bit of land available, so we could ask them to show it on their site plan, like where they're planning to put those facilities. I would suspect it's probably gonna be in the parking area or parking pad area, cause it's quite big, so.
And we would, it's 4 units, so we'd collect from this
I think we would,
property,
yeah.
right? So I think it'd be important that they consider where we can collect from as well.
Councillor Payne?
But we wouldn't go onto their property to collect, they would have to take it to the street, would they not? Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that's what I would understand. I think when you collect from units.
Further questions? Try this again.
That's it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that carries, thank you. Moving on to 9A, the 5-year financial plan amendment bylaw number 2026. The 5-year financial plan number 3637-2025 for the years 2025 to 2029 was adopted by council on March 18th of 2025. Since adoption and during the year, several unanticipated expenditures arose and were brought to council for information with recommendations from staff that a financial plan amendment would be forthcoming. These items have been compiled and incorporated into the 2025-2029 financial plan amendment. And so councillors, you've seen the changes, the amended changes in the package. If I could have someone move the first reading, moved by Councillor Woodward. Is there a seconder? Councillor Tate. Councillor Woodward.
That the 5-year financial plan 2025-2029 amendment bylaw 3659-2026 be read a first and second time by title only.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions? Councillor Payne?
I am not clear on this, so maybe you could just explain to me, because 2 of these things did happen in 2025. So I can see the fact that we need to amend the plan for that. But the other 2 were brought forward as part of the 2026 budgeting cycle, were they not?
So
So aren't they just included in?
yeah, so the first 2 were came with specific, at the time, resolutions to amend the financial plan. They don't actually impact 2025, they're 2026 budgetary items, but this just kind of brings things back to closure of adopting the financial plan that now reflects those items. We did pass them in 2025, but you know, the GIS piece, for example, that's one that really was gonna be a 2026 item anyway. This just kind of formalizes that process of coming back to, you know, kind of putting it in that financial plan. The third one is really the only one that's a 2025 item, those emergency repairs in the force main. And then that 4th item, there's just a couple of items that we introduced in the 2026 capital budget. We're still probably a month or so, 6 weeks from getting an adoption of the financial plan. but staff were hopeful that they could kind of
Okay.
start those ones, the procurement process early.
That's the piece I didn't
Yeah.
know. Thank you.
And you know, if we didn't amend the financial plan, they'd need to wait until, you know, probably May to start that, and they'd just like to kind of move ahead with those two.
Understand that from reading through this.
Yep.
And then number 1,
Yes,
that money's been designated, so I understand we have to hold it in sort of a, I would call it a restricted funds, whatever, but that won't, has that already been allocated to the Real Town Society, or does it get allocated once they start building, or?
yeah, I mean, this was just one that council approved additional funding from reserves, so it's just in the budget to pull from reserves like any capital project would
When
be
they
to-
need it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, these are
At some point.
sort of at the end of their project,
Yeah.
that's mostly covering those additional landscaping costs, so. Yeah, we're not gonna write them a check until,
So if those things don't come out of 2026, do we need to do this again, or because it's already been allocated, it'll just sort of move forward? Okay.
I would just move it forward.
That's what I needed
Yeah.
to understand, thank you very much. Yeah, it was that piece about being able to move, for staff being able to
Yeah.
move forward, that I didn't understand clearly why it had to be added into this.
Yeah.
Now it's great, thank you.
Councilors, any further questions? Okay, recommendation number 1 has been moved and seconded. All of those in favor? And that carries. And recommendation number 2, moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Tate.
That the 5-year financial plan 2025-2029 amendment bylaw 3659-2026 be read third time by title only.
Okay. I think we got our questions all answered in the first round, so that has been moved and seconded. Recommendation number 2, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, council. Okay, moving on to 9B, special events general policy. So the proposed special events general policy established clear definitions, processes, and expectations for events held in city-owned public spaces to ensure consistency, safety, and accessibility. The fee structure has been updated to reflect inflationary increases since its last review in 2005. Seems like an eternity ago. Based on annual inflationary increases since 2005, which was the last time the fees were reviewed. Related amendments to the insurance liability coverage third-party policy, the fees and charges bylaw, and the parks bylaw are necessary to align with its framework, strengthen risk management, update fees to reflect inflation and cost recovery, and support effective enforcement. While I'm reading, this is like the fashion show, where when I'm reading, the model walks down and gets to the front of the Come on, Morgan, Christina, come on up. It's like, and today they're wearing the latest spring fashions.
I wouldn't say that.
Council is requested to adopt the proposed special events general policy and insurance liability coverage third-party policy, pass first 3 readings of the fees and charges, special event fees, amendment bylaw, and pass first 3 readings of parks housekeeping amendment bylaw. So we have Marg and Christina here from staff who have been working hard on this project for a considerable amount of time. And I believe, Christina, you're not that many more months with us, are you?
2 more.
2 more, okay. So we have this before us, council, and Mark and Christina here to answer any questions you might have. I don't know, would there be, does somebody want to put first recommendation on the floor? And then we can move on, okay? Councilor Woodward, Sarah seconder. Councilor Tate, okay. So Councilor Woodward.
That council adopts special events general policy number 4320.00.015 as presented.
Okay, thank you. So councilors, questions or concerns? Or Margaret, Christina, did you have anything you wanted to say? Just in general. You guys have worked very hard on this project.
Yeah, do you wanna just give us an overview of where we landed after our last conversation that was clear as mud, I think, in terms of where we should land?
Sure, yeah. So yeah, before you have all of the policies and bylaws that we spoke about previously. I think one of the biggest concerns that came up for council was the fees and charges. So what we landed on for that was to just increase fees based on inflation from 2005 to 2025. That way we can try to recover more costs for our staff, but also keep it as accessible as possible for the public. The only fees that weren't increased for inflation were fees for the Hall Street Pier, because those fees, council showed an interest in going more towards a cost recovery program for the fees for the Hall Street Pier. So those fees were increased slightly to move more towards cost recovery. And yeah, that's kind of on the fee. Oh, and another thing about the fees is that currently our fees are separated in permit fees and booking fees. So it's two separate fees, and it depends on what type of event you are, it depends what type of event you are, and that's the fee you'll have to pay. So like large private events will have to pay both the permit and booking fee, but a small public event, for example, will just have to pay the booking fee. So in this new structure, we organized it so that it's just one fee, so that eliminates any confusion for event organizers and for staff. And we organized events based on size and event type. I think that's it for fees.
Yeah, I think it took us a little bit to land on the size of the events, but we decided that going to small and then large being 100 plus, but your event could be triggered into a large event based on a number of items. So we found that that was the simplest way to really have it clean cut. That would be easy to understand for everyone.
So basically, the more complicated, for lack of better word, the event is, the more work it is for staff, and then it'll be triggered into a large event. So yeah, and for the policy itself, council didn't have a lot of comments on it last time. I think one thing that stuck out the most was the liquor section of the policy. So we did a more thorough review of the liquor section. We spoke with the NPD and with the LCR, the liquor and cannabis distribution branch, and the local liquor inspector, and we got some feedback from them, and we came up with what you see in the policy based on the feedback, as well as research from other municipalities. And in order to get a provincial special event permit to have liquor on a public park, you need approval from the local government first. So it's at our discretion to choose whether or not an event will have liquor. So, we're pretty, I think, covered in that area. And yeah, what else stood out?
So maybe you could give us just some examples for the public to understand where they would land on the grid, so that we can kind of picture it. Like if we were talking about the Polka Dot Lantern Dragon Festival, and does it have the word dragon in it? Polka Dot Lantern, is it dragon? Did I add the dragon?
Polka Dot Dragon
Lantern
Festival.
Lantern Festival.
So where would that fall versus my very famous Nelson Minor hockey gear swap?
Yeah. So the Lantern Festival, for example, that would fall under a large public event at all locations except the pier and Rotary Shelter with barbecue. So they would have to pay $35 for a 4-hour time slot. If they want any more time than that, they'll have to pay an additional $35 on top of that. And that's an increase from the $20 they would have had to pay before, based on inflation again and rounding up. The gear swap, again, for example, how many people normally come to that?
40 overall.
40, okay.
6 at a time.
So that would be a small public event, so $35.
And then with regards to that timing, I saw in the bylaw, and I think that was previous, these 4-hour blocks. So if the festival itself is from 6 till 9, but the setup starts before that, so it would be $235.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Is that making sense to everybody? Do you like the grid?
So the Polka Dot Festival is the same cost as this gear swap?
Yep.
Existing, right?
Yes, that's how it currently is, yeah. And then I think besides those two, the rest were mainly, the parks bylaw and insurance policy were mainly housekeeping.
She says housekeeping in her agenda.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, when we talk about the large triggers for large events, though, it does depend on if there's gonna be traffic control involved and all of those items as well. So depending, yeah. you wanna add?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So for your gear swap, for example, if you were to close a street for it, then that would fall into a large event, which is, which would cost more money. That would be a large private events would be $185 for a 4-hour time slot. And then,
Because it closes a road. So the
Yes.
cavalcade, so the grad cavalcade
yes, yeah, exactly.
is a large private event because it closes roads.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I get it.
Again, that's based on our current structure, just adjusted for inflation.
Mhm. There may be some caveats here, but I'd have to go back and discuss with our coordinator, with what she's done in the past with some of these events and what
Because
the
they're
triggers were.
special, yeah, so maybe
Yes.
me giving examples isn't super helpful in case you're like, not that example, but it helps us to imagine it. Okay.
But we could also send, if council would like that, we could actually do some examples and then send those out to you if you thought you'd like to see that.
I would love that, I think it'd be
I
helpful
think
for
it
me
would
to
be helpful for the
understand
public
it.
too. Those are some of my
Yeah.
questions.
Thank you.
Counselor Payne?
I'm just really curious about how many events we have with open flames. What do they burn them when they, because
I
I
don't
thought
think-
that was contrary to the,
I don't think fire allows that.
No, it
Yeah.
does not, it does not.
okay, so we just put it on there for me to ask the question.
Well, if there was event, it's allowed,
Page 22.
contingent on fire.
I think
being
that-
okay with it, right?
I would think chestnuts, I'm trying to think of past ones where there are, I mean, I've even heard people say that it'd be nice if we do further events downtown to have, I hate the description of burn barrel, but like to have
Open heat.
Heating barrel.
open
There is like a fire
for like marshmallows, like downtown, but I know that, yeah,
They do that in Roslyn for the winter carnival,
Yes.
it's pretty cool.
yeah, it is. So I mean, I don't think we wanna take it out. I mean,
That's
so if it's
why,
in there,
thank you for filling that in,
Yeah,
because
so if it's in there, I
I
wouldn't
was
be
just
voting to take
super
it out.
curious.
But it would be a very much a one-off, and fire would obviously know where those were, like those would be in designated spots, like you would on your plan have to show where you're having your flame on moment.
Can I just jump in here? I also wanna point out that we're future proofing. So we might not have it now and we may not have seen an event
Yeah,
with fire in the past, but we also may see it in the future. We may
yeah,
encounter
that's what that one example is helpful to me, because I have never been at an event where there's fire.
Yes, and so so
In Nelson.
Sorry, just want to ask,
Councilor
would like fire spinning be open flame?
And that would include candles or anything like that, yeah.
It's not allowed right now, so.
so,
Memorials, the circus group performing
yes.
during Market Fest.
In 1988, we all had those candles for the Calgary Olympics with the little red plastic cups. We would have needed a fire permit.
Yes,
You have to have the battery ones.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah, fair enough.
and so I do know that the Polka Dot Festival went through that though, and there was no open flame.
Interesting. In terms of, thank you, in terms of future proofing, what about like serving or selling cannabis drinks and that sort of thing? That's just too complex right now to future proof that because it's in a different provincial realm?
It's not in a different provincial
Same
realm,
provincial.
liquor and cannabis are in the same ministry
Yeah,
and the same licensing board.
okay. Could be
I mean,
possibly
that's not the answer to your question, but it's not like that is one regulatory board regulates both of those. You know, there could be subclasses within that board,
Okay,
but there isn't a cannabis board and an LCB. They're together.
so should we consider that large event with all the numeration saying serves or sells liquor or other products that are regulated by the such and such board in case that shifts or changes?
Yeah, that's a good point, cause I'm not sure, so I know liquor, you can have liquor in a public park if you have the permit, but I'm not sure how that works with cannabis, I'm not sure.
Maybe you could check with the regulatory body and just see
Legal yet, right?
The drinks?
the drinks, I don't think the
I don't
drinks are.
Yep, so.
Great questions.
Yeah.
Great questions.
questions.
But yeah, okay.
But there you go, you got some more questions to answer, and then
Yeah,
we can come back for the Tate Amendment after we pass this.
let's get this piece in place,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
there's always, you know, as this thing evolves, we can try and future-proof it, but we're not gonna get everything.
Yeah, cause the clean air and smoking bylaw
Right.
registration might get rid of any.
She was thinking about drinks, she was talking about that.
That's what I know.
Beverages.
Sorry.
Counselor Tate,
It makes me think that it would be possible to move the definitions to a policy so that it doesn't have to be in the bylaw. I'm wondering if that's possible. That may be something for the planning department. I don't know if that's possible. That might simplify future proofing. Cool. I love it. I think you've done great work here. There's a lot in here. That was so much research. Holy smokes.
So much covered.
Thank you.
Counselor Payne, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I'm interested in there's two spots where it said that events can be canceled at any time. Do we have any examples of that one? Cause that sort of strikes fear into me. If I plan a big event and then all of a sudden,
There's a massive forest fire and
Or water main break.
or a
Water
water
main
main
break,
break,
yeah.
Global pandemic.
flood, or a pandemic, right?
okay, then that's just, you know, something I don't know how, I know we can't list specific things in there because that's limiting, but just trying to understand that, yeah, it's not at the capricious whims of fate.
It would be based on
Well, and
most likely safety for the,
And
Community.
that's the sort of wording I was thinking of.
Right.
Could be canceled for concerns of public safety or, I don't know.
yeah, for us to anticipate every one of those, like, there's no interest in staff or the city to cancel an event. There would have to be something meaningful for us to do that, so, and
But it would be
There is a
public
people
safety,
person.
so that's all I'm saying, is there any way to, or is there another reason besides public safety?
Yeah, it could be that we just need the area for logistics because of another area that's going through a challenge, right? So you have an event planned on Baker Street and we have a massive water main break and we need to use that area of Baker Street for a laydown area, then your event would be canceled.
Yeah, I think that's
I-
just challenging. So how many have we had this out in front of a bunch of events coordinators to have their, like, we know we have a couple of people in the city who do a lot of events. Have they had an opportunity to view this?
That's the plan with that's what we're planning on doing with the form. Once we complete the form and the guide, we're gonna get feedback from regular event organizers first and ask them what's working for them on the form, for example, what's not working, and then
Because they're obviously the experts. I mean, I know you've done a lot of research, a lot of work, and it's amazing, and the back and forth and the engagement's been really wonderful. But those people are the experts.
Councilor Wood.
I just wanna say, when I was made the markets, within the contract, it was always 48 hours. If the city could say, you know what, we just can't do it, and we always knew that going in. Market Fest, the fact that anything, we always knew it at any moment, the city had to, and it never happened, but we always knew it was a possibility.
Yeah, just the fact to me that it's mentioned 2 times, just events canceled at any time and right to cancel any event with none of that.
I think the way I saw it was that the city needs that control in case. And I always understood that as a manager, that if there was a legitimate reason, then, I mean, Market Fest can't go ahead, and that's just what happens.
Any further questions, councilors? Councilor Pinero.
I have a question just about the sports fields, and then I don't think this is something that is probably new, it's just something that's part. But what triggers a fee on a sports field? Is it that you need exclusive use of half the field? Because there's people down there just kicking soccer balls around and I don't imagine we're charging them
It's
$21.
exclusive use.
It's an exclusive use of that space, so as long as it's not an exclusive use of that space, it's public space, is that correct?
Anyone can go down and run
Yeah.
around the fields?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you're
I-
buying the
Okay.
benefit to say, no, you
Nobody
can't be
else
on
is
here right now.
allowed to use
We
this
have a
field
game
cause
or-
it's
yeah.
my field for an
I've
hour.
rented it.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Any further questions, Counselor Tate? No. Sit on your hands, no. Okay, so I think we've sort of talked about a number of these issues, so I think we can probably get through them, but we have had a mover and a seconder for recommendation number 1 about adopting the special events general policy. And seeing no further questions, could I ask for a vote?
Sorry, I do have
Oh,
one
Counselor
question,
Payne has
sorry.
another question.
I just looked at my notes here. On page 4,
Is this the first policy?
The general policy?
yeah, I'm looking at the required documents now, so no, maybe have I gone down too far?
Page 4.
Policy. The special events general. Yeah.
Okay.
Page 4.
Yep.
So I'm trying to understand the difference between, I wrote down here C and D. Let me get back to it.
So site map and site security plan?
12C and D.
12. Okay,
No.
okay, so page 5. So insurance requirements?
Sorry, it is page 4.
Okay, so you're now just.
Site map or site security plan?
Mhm.
Can you just help me understand that? Cause I haven't obviously done this before.
So a site security plan, is a plan that is only for the, or mainly for the NPD, it's just for them to review
Okay.
that the event is going safely, ask questions like, what's your plan for, are you gonna have any security personnel there? What's your plan in case this happens? Are you gonna have any amplified sound or anything like that? So that's more for the NPD's knowledge.
Okay, perfect.
And then a site security plan, or a site map
map.
is
yeah.
just a drawing of your map, so.
That was it, the police side of it. And if I can do a follow-up
Yep.
about, I thought there were new requirements, if not here coming, about blocking streets with something more substantial than pylons. Will that be, that doesn't need to be in here, it'll be covered off in the handbook, or how's that gonna work?
And
That's
that's your-
also,
Your site security plan.
yeah, site security and the MPD takes care of that's their portion.
Okay,
MPD will contact the event organizers and work with them on that. That's not something we would take in.
no, yeah, I just how are we communicating that to people, that it's been a change, it's a fairly, I would think, significant and costly change it's gonna be?
Well, not necessarily, I think the markets use vehicles, I think at,
Oh, I thought they were saying that that was only a temporary fix and it wasn't. No,
yeah, I don't
that's gonna
think
work?
we envision people
Okay,
bringing in
great.
big no posts or,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so once again, recommendation number 1 has been moved and seconded, and if I see no more questions, all those in favor? And that carries, thank you. Recommendation number 2, if I could move by Councillor Woodward, seconder, Councillor Pinero, Councillor.
The council adopt the insurance liability coverage third-party policy number 0670.00.030 as presented.
Any questions or concerns, council? Councillor Tate, then Councillor Payne.
Oh, no, sorry, go ahead.
Councillor Payne.
Sorry, is this the insurance one?
Yep.
I'm trying to keep up with my notes here. So I'm trying to understand an event like Canada Day. Do we carry?
No, chamber carries insurance.
The chamber carries the, and I guess in the risk category, where would that be in risk?
That would be a high-risk event, yeah.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand.
So
Councillor Woodward.
so we would just reflecting on my experience, so we would always list the city of Nelson on our insurance policy, and so it'd be wrapped around that.
But it is the Chamber of Commerce, I mean, I
Yeah,
don't wanna put Marg on the spot, she did work for the Chamber of Commerce for a number of years, so I mean, she knows that that's, they pay the insurance there, which is
Absolutely.
always a challenge, because it's, insurance costs are increasing, and I hear every year from Tom Thompson that the insurance has gone up for hosting Canada Day. Councillor Payne, you have another question.
I guess the reason I asked about Canada Day, cause you did have it listed, but number 3 says, at the sole discretion of the city, the requirements for insurance may be waived or reduced where it is deemed that the public would otherwise be deprived of desirable recreational, social, and education. So if the chamber just said it's too much for us, that would be an option.
I think we just built in this flexibility that that we could, that we can look at insurance
Yes.
if someone brings that forward and you know, it's just astronomical, or they can't get insurance or whatever, then at least we have the ability to consider whether we, you know, that's a prevent the event from going on.
Yeah, no, I'm glad it's in there. I think it's
Yeah.
a great safeguard to have, cause there are certain events that, we don't wanna lose because they become out of reach of the organization that's,
Absolutely. And the city has done that in the past.
yeah. I've certainly heard of events that we don't do anymore for various reasons, but, okay, thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions, that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, Councillor Lockenberg. I am trying to keep an eye on you, and I know that Mr. Johnson's keeping his eye up there if you put your hand up for a question, so. Recommendation number 3. Your mover, moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Woodward. Councillor Tate.
That the Corporation of the City of Nelson fees and charges special event fees amendment bylaw number 3675/2026 be read a first and second time by title only.
Okay, so we've had some discussion of fees already. Are there any further questions, councillors? Seeing none. Councillor Payne.
Okay, I will just ask about the cost recovery. So one of the things here is talking about efficiencies in the booking system. So is that sort of the next step in this process? Because I know that the farmers market coordinator has implemented Jotform to bring in those efficiencies, and thinking that maybe you're looking at something similar to do that. Yeah, I guess so.
Absolutely, that's exactly the plan, and
I'm
that's
not sure if there are any other products like that. I don't wanna mention it by name, but it is something that I've worked with, and it's incredible how much time it saves.
As well as a program guide, so that people that wanna do an event, it will be step by step of how they would go about it, so there'd be no confusion.
And I love the fact that you put in there that once your application's in, you'll be contacted within 10 days to make sure that things are moving forward. I think that's really important for people planning events who have so many irons in the fire.
yeah, that's true.
That's just sitting on pins and needles waiting to hear if something's actually moving forward is critically important.
Seeing no further questions, councillors, item 3 has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, and that carries.
Move forward.
Move 4, is there a seconder for 4?
Second.
Councillor Tate. Councillor Woodward?
That the Corporation of the City of Nelson fees and charges special events amendment bylaw number 3657/2026 be read a third time by title only.
Okay, councillors, we passed the item number 3. All those in favor of item number 4, and that carries. Thank you. Number 5. Moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Woodward. Councillor Tate.
That the Corporation of the City of Nelson Parks Housekeeping Amendment Bylaw number 3658/2026 be read a first and second time by title only.
Questions, councillors? Seeing no hands going up. All those in favor of the motion? I need 3 hands at least. Okay, look at that. Look, I got 5 hands. See what happens when you ask nicely? Okay, and that carries. Item number 6.
Second.
Okay, that's been, item number 6 been moved to second. That's third reading.
that the Corporation of the City of Nelson Parks Housekeeping Amendment Bylaw number 3658, 2026 be read a third time by title only.
Okay, there is no question for item 5. All those in favor of 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, good, 5. Okay, thank you, everybody, and that carries. And once again, I want to say thank you to Marg and Christina for their hard work on this. And I know that there's a couple of things that we talked about that, like, it isn't, I mean, it's important, but it's not the deal breakers here on these motions that I know that you'll take away and inquire about how super strong we can have our pop in the park.
I know,
Pop in the park. Whoa, I'm gonna have to work on that one for a bit.
And it feels like we've had at least 1 2-hour meeting a week,
Mm-hmm.
like and it's not just us. Sarah sat in
Yeah.
with us at meetings and various like Stephanie Delnia with communication side of things, Sabina Fleming, Lisa Ordish, so it's been
Yeah.
a team of us.
Well, you
working
know
on
what,
this.
and we don't want to be called Vancouver like the no fun city, so we wanna make sure that we have fun, but at the same time, we wanna make sure that it's responsible fun and that public safety is always top of mind for special events, so.
Absolutely, and we thank council for helping us get here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, thanks. Number 9C, and that was our spelling error on the agenda that was noted. The servicing bylaw, officer bylaws, so recent changes to the Local Government Act, the LGA now allows municipalities by bylaw to appoint servicing officers. The servicing officer has the authority to require an owner of land to dedicate, as a condition of building permit issuance, a portion of land for the purpose of a new highway or widening of an existing highway, alternate forms of transportation, and installation of sustainable design features. Council is requested to give first, second, and third readings to servicing officer bylaw number 3655, 2026. If the bylaw is adopted, council will then be asked to approve the associated servicing officer decision-making policy number 5400110015. And we have Ken and Natalie here for any questions, but if we could get the first recommendation on the table for discussion. Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Panero. Although,
Shall I read it?
yes, please.
That the Corporation of the City of Nelson Servicing Officer Bylaw number 3655, 2026 be read a first time and second time by title only.
Okay, councillors, do you have any questions for staff? Or staff, do you want to have a few words to say? And then Councillor Payne will have a question.
Sure, we can summarize the report. So as I'm sure council is aware, up until recently, municipalities were only able to require land dedication typically as part of either a subdivision application or as part of a negotiated rezoning process. As part of the whole suite of changes the province made to planning legislation a number of years ago, one of the powers that they gave municipalities was the ability to ask for land dedication at building permit stage. And those positions of servicing officer are appointed through a bylaw. So a little bit different than the approving officer who deals with subdivisions where you have to name the person specifically. With the servicing officer, you put in the title. So in this particular case, we would be giving those powers to people who hold the title of approving officer or city engineer.
Councillor Payne.
When I'm looking at the circumstances under which we do this, the new highway or widening of an existing highway, that's not really under our purview, is it?
All roads are considered highways.
Okay, there you go, thank you. That was the main one, I think I had something else.
Councillor Tate, then Councillor Panero.
Thanks. I've read this 2.2B so many times and it hurts my brain. Why? Help me understand why a dedication would be required if the city would take on a structure that would be a liability. Because to me, I feel like you would not want to do that, and so I'm misunderstanding it.
Could be a typo.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here.
No, I don't.
Page you're on?
Oh, it's number 1 of the policy.
Oh,
It's page 9 of the attachment, if that helps.
a road is a liability, right?
But this has a structure.
Yeah, so I think it would be a situation where, you know, we may want to have the owner dedicate land, but as we all know, Nelson's a very old city and there's buildings built across property lines and in the road right of way. And so this gives the servicing officer an out to say, even though all of our policies and bylaws say we should be taking a dedication of land, we aren't gonna take it in this case, because it would mean the city would be taking ownership of a structure or a building, say a garage or a shed or something like that.
So I think in that case, it might be written incorrectly.
Okay.
The C, what you just said there aligns with C, that we would take it because there's a building that might encroach. For me, B was really sitting difficultly in my head, just like that, like mental gymnastics.
Yes, I think in that case, we could probably strike 2B. Yeah,
Because
it would
C,
be,
I understand.
yeah. I think it may just be a duplicate.
Okay.
So.
Okay,
we could-
double check it and let me know, no problem. But you had like a really good example when we would do that.
When I look at B, sorry, just cause now that I'm reading it again, I wonder about things like bridges over creeks and derelict sheds that are on corners. Like, cause like in B, municipal road right of way, I know what a municipal road right of way is. There are other things where we might need to.
Right, so it says, part one is like, normally we're not gonna require land dedication for all
Right.
these normal things, but as an exception to these normal things, if you're doing this normal thing, but A, B, C, or D applies, we might require it. And B confuses me because it says we might require it if the thing we take is a liability. So that's why it hurts my brain.
In its existing form, it's a liability, and maybe the city would wanna take control to remove the liability.
Good, I think that's C.
But that's on a
That's a
municipal right of
building.
way, so it's like it's everywhere else that you have to have something for all of the other places that don't have it, that's why you have B.
I mean,
B is on B is everywhere else and C is on a right of way.
How about a retaining wall?
Retaining wall, I think about the bridges, the
Bridges.
across the
Be a
creeks.
culvert.
We could definitely take that back, because we're not asking council to approve the policy tonight, we could take it back and look at it again.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
So, what would happen if somebody built a house, like an addition on a house that they never got the right to do it, and it wasn't structurally safe?
I think there's other authorities to deal with that, right?
Would that be an idea, or would that be where we would use this, or we could like?
So the powers that the servicing officer has is for those 3 items that are listed in the legislation, so
Okay.
I think what
expansion
you're
of
talking about would be
roads.
building code. Violations.
Okay, so that's not it, okay.
Yeah, anyways, so do you want a resolution that you're gonna take it away? No, you're not just gonna take it away and,
No, just the first 3 readings of the bylaw.
yeah.
Okay.
It is complicated.
So just for clarity, can you remind the table, so an approving officer and a city engineer, so it kind of lands into those job descriptions and it's not, so we don't like as a table assign it to a particular human like we do with some other roles.
With the approving
That's
officer.
exactly, with approving officers, and I don't know why the province did this, but approving officers are done by resolution, servicing officers are done by bylaw. So it's a bit confusing, but.
Keeping you on your toes.
Thank you.
I would say it's the government being a bit confused.
And one of the things that we did also ask as well is why weren't these powers just simply given to an approving officer?
Yes, exactly.
But it is what it is, so we have to do a bylaw to make this happen.
Okay, so is there any other questions except for that little tidbit there on Yes, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that carries, thank you.
I'll move number 2.
Okay,
The corporation of the city of Nelson serving on.
wait, I need
Oh,
seconder, second by Tate.
Second, yeah.
Moving
Your
along.
seconder is there, she's there,
Thank
we're
you.
good.
That the corporation of the city of Nelson servicing officer bylaw number 3655 2026 be read a third time by title only.
Oh, so we're only doing the bylaw anyway, we're
Yeah.
not doing the
Yes.
policy.
Yeah.
I understand
Yeah.
what you said now. Gotcha. Thank you.
So all those in favor? And thank you, Councillor Lockenberg, and that carries. Councillor Panera, you didn't have a question, did you?
Let's look for an arrow.
Councillor Panera is,
That was a no.
it's okay, good? No, I'm good, we voted, I just didn't know if you were looking at your, seriously looking at a question there, trying to formulate it. Okay, so thank you for that, so that's done. And we are moving on to 9D, the zoning bylaw update. So following adoption of the updated official community plan, the OCP, in September 2025, a council workshop was held on October 21st, 2025, and public and stakeholder engagement was undertaken. As a result, staff have prepared a new zoning bylaw shown in attachment 1 for council's consideration. Staff are also proposing minor administrative amendments to the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw and amendments to the development application procedurals bylaw to introduce clearer, measurable variance criteria. Council is requested to pass first and second reading of the proposed zoning bylaw and direct staff to schedule a public hearing. Pass first, second, and third reading of the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw amendment. And pass first, second, and third reading of the development application process bylaw amendment. Really?
All in one night.
Really? Okay. So, council, we have had a lot of time on this, and a lot of good work has been done by staff in terms of looking at the zoning, and you have had some community feedback, haven't you, along the way and such. So let's see if we can put can we get this zoning bylaw on the table for discussion? Because I think the other things are more like housekeeping. So Councillor Woodward, seconder. Councillor Panero. Okay, so Councillor Woodward.
There's a presentation though, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna get him to just read the first, yep.
Okay, just getting it on the floor. That the zoning bylaw number 3652 2026 be introduced and read a first and second time by title only.
Okay, great. So over to you, Ken and Adley.
Thank you.
Any questions for them? Do you have a presentation?
We do.
Yeah,
We're just
where is
getting
it? I
those
was gonna say, where is the
It's
presentation?
on my screen, I'm just not sure if
Okay.
it's on your screen.
No, it's not. It's,
It is.
there it is, there we go. There you go.
Great, so over the past couple of months, staff have been working on a new zoning bylaw. So in this presentation, I'm gonna give a council update on timelines and a summary of public engagement. I'll talk a little bit about some of the changes that we've made, including some consolidation and structural updates. And then we have 6 topics that we wanted to highlight for council. In addition to the topics that I'm going to discuss in the presentation, one of the attachments in your RFD is a full list of all of the changes. And Natalie and I are happy to discuss anything in the presentation, anything in the attachment as well. So we will be talking about residential zoning, particularly the R1 zone, some changes to the commercial zoning, to the landscape section, to the waste and recycling facilities section, and some rezonings that we're doing to fix up some errors that we may have seen in the past. And as well as the mayor had mentioned, we are proposing some changes to the development application procedures bylaw to introduce new variance criteria and differentiate between minor and major variances. And then we have some small housekeeping things that we'd like to fix in the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw. So phase one was sort of the summertime, August to October of 2025. Staff undertook research, best practice review, regulatory review, and came up with an engagement strategy. Staff continued that research through to the fall, and then as the mayor had mentioned, we had a council workshop on October 21st. Shortly after that, we launched our Let's Talk Nelson webpage, and we engaged with the public from October 27th to November 25th. We also held two developer open houses on November 12th and 26th, and we also met with the Chamber of Commerce. After that engagement, staff moved into phase two, and through November and December and in January, we drafted the bylaw, and then we presented the draft to the community again through the Let's Talk Nelson webpage for about 2.5 to 3 weeks. And we've now moved into phase four, the formal approval process. So first and second reading this evening. If council proceeds with first and second, we would then hold a public hearing and third reading on March 24th. This type of bylaw requires Ministry of Transportation approval, so we would then send it to the ministry for approval and then present it to council hopefully on April 14th for final reading. So this slide was highlighted for council back in October. We just wanted to show some of the consolidation structural updates that we've made. So currently our zoning regulations are spread across 3 different bylaws. So we have the 2013 zoning bylaw, 2013 off-street parking and landscape bylaw, and we still also have a mobile home park bylaw from 1977 on the books. As well, we're looking to simplify things, particularly when it comes to permitted uses in the residential zones. So we've consolidated most of the residential uses into one term called small-scale residential, which describes residential development up to 4 units, and then we have multi-unit residential describing 5 units or more. And then as well, we've made a number of changes to the zone names to align with our new OCP, remove some outdated terminology and correct some inconsistencies. And those changes are in attachment 3. So on to the R1 zone. So on the middle column, we have what's in the current bylaw, and on the right, we have the proposed bylaw. In addition to this slide, the next slide will talk a little bit more about height. And I'll maybe just highlight as well, this was the area that we received the most feedback from the development community. So currently the bylaw states in the R1 zone, the maximum height is 10 meters to the highest point of the roof. And in the proposed bylaw, we're looking to make that 10 meters and no more than 3 stories and measure it to the midpoint of a sloped roof. When it comes to lot coverage, there are some changes. Currently, the bylaw provides a sliding scale of maximum lot coverage based on the uses and the lot size. So right now, the base lot coverage is 35%. You can get an additional 5% on a small lot and an additional 5% if you're building a laneway house for a total of 45%. And we're looking to change that to a sliding scale based on the number of units on the lot. So starting at 35% for 1 unit, up to 45% for 4 units, and then you'd get that additional bonus for a small lot for a total potential maximum lot coverage of 50%. When it comes to minimum permeable surfaces, the regulation is staying the same. It would be at 30%. The only difference is that regulation is currently in our off-street parking and landscape bylaw, so it's not necessarily front and center when developers are looking at the regulations. So we've now moved that into each zone, so it's very clear and very understandable that it's required to have 30% permeable surfaces. And the setbacks are the same as what was presented back in October. So we're changing the front yard setback from 4.5 meters to 3 meters, the rear setback from 4.5 to 3, and then either 1.5 or 1 meter setbacks if you're on a narrow lot. And so as I had mentioned previously, height was the section that we got the most feedback on.
Councillor Payne.
Sorry, you mentioned when you were at height that was the most feedback that you got from the contractor community. Is that something you're gonna talk about at the end then, or?
I was gonna talk about it actually on the
Oh,
slide here.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
no worries.
I just
So-
didn't wanna miss that, cause I'm very curious to find out what they were saying.
For sure, so for the most part, the development community was agreeable to the entirety of the bylaw. This definition of height was where we got the most feedback, so maybe I'll just talk a little bit about the current and the proposed. And at some point during our engagement, there was a third option that we kind of dropped in favor of what we have up here. So under the current bylaw, we have a height definition and it applies to all building types, whether it's commercial, residential, industrial, and it's the average of the four corners of a building. So in some cases, particularly on steep slopes, you can have a situation where the front portion of the building, perhaps that's facing the street, is only 1 or 2 stories. But then because the building is on a very steep slope, the other facade could perhaps be 4 stories or 5 stories. And with our new OCP, now that we've introduced maximum story counts, so 3 stories in the case of residential, we need to have a height definition regulation that prevents people from inadvertently getting 4 stories on a new house. So in the proposed bylaw, again, the definition applies to all building types, and it's the average of the 4 corners, as with the current bylaw, but we're now measuring it to the midpoint of a sloping roof. So on that diagram, and it's a little bit small, but it would be, it's called midpoint on there. And then the height in the R1 zone would remain the same at 10 meters. So what we were hoping to do in with the proposed bylaw was to give developers a little bit additional height. So in this particular case, because we're now measuring to the midpoint instead of the top of the roof, it will give them a little bit of marginal height. Originally, we had a proposed height definition that measured it.
It was to the highest, or no, which one that we, oh, it was from the lowest floor elevation to the midpoint of the roof, and it removed the average. So it's easier to calculate it at pre-design, but it actually on steeper lots would be much more restrictive than our current height definition. And we had a few developers actually send us drawings of how much of a difference that would be. So, and we did do a review of other bylaws, and many people do use an average. So,
Mayor?
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. So I'm just thinking like, basically uphill, when you have a lot, say 50 by 120 going up the hill, you could place that new house lower down, mid or high, and that would have such an impact on the next house across the street, the next block up. Right, if you build high up on that lot, full height compared to lower down, that not have their view obstructed at all.
Right.
So how, and I know there are many examples of hill with that happening. How do we manage a situation like that?
Views are not protected, except for we do have view corridors down our roadways, but obviously, you know, and what I've said to people who have called concerned about the height of buildings is it does feel like buildings are getting taller, and I think that is kind of the building lots that we have available and people are trying to max them out, but the maximum of 10 meters in height has been in our zoning bylaw. It might have been since the original zoning bylaw, so the height has not changed for R1. And I think that's where we get the biggest concern, so that's always where I tell people. The current definition in our zoning bylaw right now restricts kind of anything but a flat roof. So the change that we're proposing now is allowing all types of roofs. The bylaw really favors flat roofs because it's measured from the highest point.
So I would just say that the maximum 10 meters has always been there, but occasionally you are gonna get a situation where a new house is kind of constructed and may block a neighbor's view if it was vacant land before. I don't know how to deal with that.
Yes,
So I would imagine like if somebody purchased a really nice view lot, the maximum view they're gonna get is they're gonna build the top of the lot, full height, looking out over Nelson in the lake. But that very well could obstruct the person across the street. If they built it in the mid zone of their lot, or near the bottom, then that wouldn't have such an effect, but it would definitely have an effect if they built in the top of the lot.
Well, we have setbacks from the,
From the-
front setbacks,
Right.
and I think if you look at where people are building, you tend to build, in line with the other houses on that street, so
it's true.
it'd look weird if you had a 30-foot front yard and everybody else is 10 and
Right.
built halfway down the
So the setbacks are kind of
the setbacks.
hold that in place.
Yeah.
Okay. That's great.
Yeah, for some consistency, and also there is other regulations, you don't wanna be too far from the curb, and that becomes a problem for the fire department. So I think, people do kind of line up where the lot sizes are kind of even.
Okay.
So.
Good neighbor.
And then as well, even though, you have the setbacks, as Natalie has said, you have other regulations that would probably cause people not to build their house kind of closer to the lane. For example, parking in the rear, you need a minimum
6 meters.
6 meters for a parking stall.
Right.
So they're probably gonna not build anything less than 6 meters in the back.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
Councillor Payne.
I'm just interested in the heritage perspective. This is not out of line with current heritage homes that we have, is it?
I think this is because before our bylaw it favored flat roofs because you could get more height if you built a flat roof. I actually think this is more sympathetic to our heritage character, is allowing all roof forms, is what I would say.
That's what I thought as well, but I just wanted to hear your perspective, okay, thank you.
So I have, every now and then I'm just up here and I put my hand up like somebody's gonna acknowledge me. Anyhow, I'm looking at this, so when I look at this diagram and I listen to you talk now, is now the place that you're measuring the 10 meters to that dotted line, or is it still the peak?
The dotted line.
The dotted line is gonna be the
Proposed bylaw.
proposed
The
bylaw.
current bylaw is the top line where it says highest peak.
From the average of the 4 lowest points.
Yeah, no,
So
I get
these
that
are
part,
all
cause
the
that's, because
same.
we've always had the 4 lowest points.
Yeah.
That part was always changed, but now we're gonna look at, the change really is this midpoint versus the highest. Okay, thank you, I just need to know which line I was looking at, so it's the dashed lines, thank you.
I would say the change that we had proposed originally to council in the fall was a bit more of a drastic change, especially on steep lots. I'd say this is pretty consistent with how we've always been calculating height. It just allows for more flexibility in roof forms. But their buildings are gonna be about the same height, whether you have a shed roof or a peaked roof.
So 3 stories maximum, so when I'm building on the lot I just bought on Trevor Street, and it plunges off into like the Valley of Despair there. Am I building the house on stilts then? Like, I can't enclose that. So if I come off the road and I've got that, and that becomes the 4th floor down there, can that be concrete walls and not a livable space? Or does that remain open and I build from, do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I think every lot's gonna be unique down there. Some of them are steep, some of them will be less steep, but they can they can bring in fill to artificially lift some of the grade there.
Okay.
They can also build a mezzanine, which would I'm saying that right, like get us, yeah, mezzanine, yeah, so you get another sort of half story in your house. As long as you're not over 3 stories, and that wouldn't be. So there'd be a few options on those incredibly steep lots, that they'd have to, kind of figure that out. And I think those are gonna be a challenge for building on, and yeah, the developer who subdivided all those lots is aware of these changes.
Yeah, no, I know I'm just trying to picture what it looks like, I wouldn't wanna see 2 stories of cement wall that was considered unlivable space and then the house started, I'm just trying to, it'd be interesting to see when the first one gets built.
There are examples on Fort Shepherd of newer
Yeah.
homes that have kind of been built up, so I think it would be something similar to those situations if you're familiar with those, so, yeah.
And the ones on the lower side of Trevor Street that were built that way.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So on to residential parking. So I think as council is aware, in our off-street parking and landscape bylaw, parking requirements for residential development is the same throughout the city with the exception of 50% reduction for mixed-use development downtown. The proposed bylaw is looking to extend that 50% reduction for non-market affordable housing and purpose-built rental housing. So for example, currently the bylaw requires 1.1 stalls per unit, so 1 stall for the unit plus 0.1 visitor stalls per unit, and that would be reduced to 0.6, so half a stall per unit plus half a visitor stall. And we've also added new definitions to define what market, non-market affordable housing and purpose-built rental housing is. So on to the commercial section of the bylaw. So when it comes to retail, as we had mentioned at the workshop, there's currently no limit on the size of new retail stores. And because the city pre-zones and delegates development permits to staff, you could have a situation where a large format retail store could be built without any public engagement or council decision making. So the proposed bylaw is gonna rectify that by consolidating all of the retail uses into retail major and retail minor. And if you'd like to build what we call retail major, that would require a rezoning process and public engagement before that facility could be built. As well, we just wanted to highlight for council what the 5 largest retail stores are in the city right now. So I believe the Walmart is the 6,054 square meters, and that goes down to the Co-op, which is 1,950 square meters, just to sort of give you an idea. Originally, we had proposed retail major to be 4,000 square meters and greater. After further consideration, we looked to reduce that to 3,500 square meters. So that would sort of be the threshold for whether or not they would be allowed to build as of right, or whether or not public engagement and council decision making would be required.
Can we have an example of 3,500 square meter store?
I guess the closest example, I think the 3,100 is the Save-On, so add another 300 square meters to Save-On, which is probably another 3,000 square feet. So maybe if you had the Save-On plus the liquor store, yeah, something like that.
What is 6,000 that we have? What is?
Or plus the hallway there.
So maybe I'll just go
That's
through
the
them.
Walmart, sorry, I just missed
I
it.
didn't wanna highlight them, I don't have
No,
to.
I know.
6,000 is the Walmart,
Okay.
The wholesale club is 4,700. The Save-On is 3,179, Safeway is 2,900, and then the Co-op is 1,950. Give or take, because I know the Co-op has taken over some of the additional retail space over what they originally had, but the actual store itself is about 1,900. So.
Councilor Ward.
So let's say the wholesale club wants to expand their store by a considerable amount. But not over this. Would that then would that trigger then?
They would,
So come to council for that?
So in the case of existing stores, so the wholesale club and Walmart are over that threshold, so they would have to come to council for rezoning, yeah. And then save on depends, they're just under the threshold, so it depends on how big of an expansion.
Interesting.
Okay. So on to what we're now calling tobacco shops and payday loan. So as we again highlighted for council back in the fall, there's currently no limit on the number of vape stores or payday loan stores. So based on past direction, feedback from council, we've now prohibited tobacco shops and check cashing and payday loan stores. And these are, in the case of tobacco shops, these are stores that sell, the majority of their products are vape or tobacco. So if you have a convenience store or a gas station who wants to sell these products, they would still be allowed to do so as long as they don't dedicate more than 50% of their floor space to vape or tobacco products.
Councillor Payne?
So 50% of the floor space, not necessarily 50% of the sales.
Right, yeah, because we wouldn't have access to their sales data.
Just want to make sure.
And I guess the next question is, how does that affect any existing businesses, since this would be a new introduction?
So they're what we call legal non-conforming or grandfathered.
They move, and
They have
they
to
fall under the.
either a temporary use
So the one
permit
that's
or
on,
rezoning.
so the one that's on Baker Street, if they were to move, that spot couldn't have another store of the same use in it.
And they wouldn't be able to relocate without a rezoning or a temporary use permit.
Yeah.
Okay, so on to the next topic. So this one actually wasn't highlighted for council back in October, but it's something that staff have considered as we're working through drafting the bylaw. So the current bylaw only prohibits drive-through restaurants, and we're looking to now prohibit all types of drive-through businesses. So for example, a bank or pharmacy, something like that, thank you. Liquor store, I've seen those liquor stores.
Airports.
Liquor store, that was Albertsons in New Mexico, right up the window, beer, cheesies.
Yeah, for sure.
I've never heard that.
Revealing.
Yes.
Drive-through liquor forever
Yeah.
in hotels.
Yeah, for sure. So we've created a new term called drive-through business, and we've listed it as a prohibited use. But this wouldn't prohibit existing businesses from having that general pickup service. I know, for example, Safeway, you can just go onto the app and they'll bring your groceries out to your car. It wouldn't be prohibiting that sort of thing. It would be just the typical drive-through. You drive up to a window or a machine.
And, sorry, Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure, sorry.
Thank you. So primarily that is to stop this kind of buildup of traffic, idling, waiting, causing jam-ups on the road.
For sure, and as well, in conversation with our climate department, looking at our climate goals, prohibiting something like drive-through businesses is something that's completely within the control of the city to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, so.
Fair enough.
We thought we'd add it.
Thank you.
If you ride your bike.
Or had an EV.
Bike through.
Bike through.
That's for the next iteration.
I think we're okay with that.
Big lineups of bikes.
Idling away.
Yeah.
How idle can we be?
For sure. Okay, so on to the exciting topic of landscaping. So in the current bylaw, certain types of development, so multi-unit residential, commercial, industrial development is required to have a landscape plan and provide a landscape security deposit to the city. However, the current bylaw is really lacking in details on what needs to be in that landscape plan. So the current bylaw states all plantings shall be consistent of species known to be native or otherwise appropriate for Nelson. Plants are to be low water consumers and other things in there as well. Additionally, it's not entirely clear when a landscape architect is required or not. And the current landscape security deposit is 100% of the cost of the landscaping. In the proposed bylaw, we would still require a landscape plan. still be a minimum landscape area, but we've now added minimum number of plants or trees required. We've also added a list of prohibited plants and invasive species, and we've also added an incentive for developers to save existing healthy trees. So if an existing healthy tree is between 15 and 20 centimeter caliber, it can be counted double towards the tree count. And if a tree is over 20 centimeters caliber, it may contribute triple towards the tree count. So to give you an example, if a developer was required to plant 10 trees under the bylaw, but they saved one tree that was 15 centimeter caliber, they'd get a credit of 2. So they'd end up only having to plant 8 trees. As well, we've increased the landscape security deposit in alignment with what other municipalities are doing. So not to get too into the weeds, but typically with I will anyway to explain the point. So with the development permits, we're required to collect a landscape security deposit, and that money could potentially be used by the city to finish the landscaping if something should happen to the developer or they refuse to do the landscaping. So to just cover inflationary costs between when we collect the landscape security deposit and when it's time to do the landscaping, we are looking to increase the deposit to 125% of landscaping costs.
Sorry, just on that note, with the 15 to 20 centimeter, the caliper, is that, they usually say diameter at breast height, is that something that we should be adding so you know where to measure?
Yeah, I don't think we have a definition, but we could definitely add a diagram or something like that to show what caliper means. But you're right, it's typically about chest height.
Okay.
So on to waste and recycling. So under the current bylaw, residential development of less than 10 units is not required to set aside space or indicate space for waste and recycling storage. So the proposed bylaw is looking to require all new residential development to provide dedicated space. And this could be space in a garage, or it could be in a shed or something like that. Residential development with fewer than 20 units would be required to have a 9 square meter, 96 square feet of space. And then residential development with 20 units or more, there'd be a bit of math in that. So 8 square meters plus 0.31 square meters per unit. So for example, in a new 50-unit apartment building, they'd be required to have a 248 square foot room. And then as well, there's regulation in there about how these facilities must comply with the waste management and wildlife attractant bylaw.
Just to clarify, so if I build a single family resident, I need 100 square feet of my waste?
If you have a garage, you would just say it's in the garage. Or
Right.
you just kind of say where you're gonna put it.
Yeah, I think in most cases, it's just gonna be a matter of the developers drawing on their floor plans where they're planning to have this space. So we don't have situations where they build super small garages that can only accommodate a car, their car parking spaces, and they make sure that their garage is big enough to accommodate both the square meters needed for the cars and for the waste and recycling.
And that's the same if I have 19 units?
Yeah, there would be the 100 square feet.
Just seems like a single family home needing 100 square feet seems a little bit of a overkill. Especially if you say, you know, you still have to fit your car in it.
Does it have to be indoors, or can it be a shed
It
with
can be
one-
anywhere on the property,
Okay.
so it's essentially a 10 by 10 space. So if you look at 10 by 10, you know, you have your garbage bin, your recycling, your compost. I guess in most cases people have the food cycler, but you know, there'd be enough. We want to make sure there's enough space so that people aren't just kind of throwing their bins anywhere.
It might make more sense to go with like the 4 units and then the other units, in terms of like the
I think 100
categorization.
100 square feet isn't enough for 19 units. I just like,
think you get into, dumpsters at that point. 19 units, right?
Yeah, 19 units, like I think 20 as your number is,
Cause we pick up with 6, is it 6, 7? I don't remember.
I can't remember the
6 or 7 units, then we collect, right?
I think I don't think we collect anything over 5 units, but I could be wrong.
Cause that seems to be, so cause then you're into a commercial bin and process if you're over that many units, and if you're under that many units, to me, so would that be 100 total? So I have 5 units on my property and I can either build a central thing for all of us, or each of us needs to have a garage or a shed, like some of those condos wouldn't be able to have a shed or a garage.
I think you just have to have it on your plans, dedicated space for waste and recycling. What we have seen is that after they build the unit, they say, oh, I need a variance, I don't have space for my waste and recycling. So it's trying to close that loophole and get smaller, I think it's most of the smaller developers to kind of think about that in advance.
I think you need like 1 to 10, 10 to 20, and then, cause at 20, it seems like it takes off in terms of space. So I just can't imagine like 19 units having 100 square feet that they're gonna get all of their garbage and recycling into.
We can look at that again and bring back an amendment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can proceed. I think it's just an area that we might wanna have a look at, like we wanna find that balance that there is room, but also we don't wanna force people to build a shed they don't necessarily need.
And we can also maybe because this is based on sort of best practice research based on what we've seen in other municipalities, so we could maybe call them and ask, like, in actuality, how do you implement this?
Yeah, so I think if it's reasonable that people will incorporate it, otherwise they're just gonna draw something on their plan.
I think with buildings 20 and above, you're not looking at 2-week pickup. I mean, they can determine the frequency of pickup.
Well, 5 and above, we collect on.
Yeah, but here we're talking about 20. We're talking about 20 being too small, so maybe if you're looking at every 2 weeks, it's too small, but if you have more regular pickup, might be perfectly adequate.
Yeah, I think
don't know how much
it's different in each building.
Yeah.
It's different. Some buildings are every 2 weeks, some buildings are every week, so it really depends.
We'll look into that.
We'll look into it.
Yeah.
So on to other changes. So we just wanted to highlight some rezonings that we've done or that we're proposing to do to align with what is actually on these properties as opposed to what was envisioned with these properties when they were originally zoned. So we have 711 10th Street where we're proposing to change the zoning from CD8 to R2. We have properties on Front Street and Second Street going from R6 to R1. We have a property on Gordon going from R4A to R2, and then so on. As well, I just wanted to highlight, just like we did with the OCP, we're also looking to align the zoning in the Trevor Street land swap area.
And we've informed these property owners?
In some cases we did. In the case of 10th Street, Front Street, 2nd, Gordon, we did. Hall Street we didn't, because essentially in that case what we're doing is changing their C1A zone to C1, and the only difference between the two zones is the rear setback, and they're probably not going to be redeveloping anytime soon, so that's not going to be a significant change for them. In the case of the second to last bullet, the landfill site, that's owned by the city, so we're just aligning with the OCP. And in the case of the last bullet, the institutional properties, within the OCP, there's policy about different maximum heights that are allowed in different areas of town. So the properties that we've listed here their maximum height would be reduced, but again, it's probably not going to affect them that much because they're probably not gonna be redeveloping anytime soon.
So I just want clarification. So you're saying that in the OCP, which I was very involved in, we changed that piece of property at the end of Lakeside Drive from park to institutional?
I believe so, yes.
We changed park, we changed the definition of institutional to allow for
To
park.
Include,
Yeah.
okay, that's, that, thank you. Okay, yeah. Just check the distinction.
Okay, so that is all of the zoning bylaw changes. I'll move on to the development application procedures bylaw.
Deal with the zoning bylaw while
Do you wanna-
it's on the table?
Yeah,
Natalie's just looking it up, so I thought,
yeah, and I'm just like, sorry,
just wait.
I too am trying to make sure that I'm getting all my questions asked, and so I'm just trying to figure out where I lost something on parking, but I too will live through it all.
Cause I did see the one on parking about the $3,000. Is that included?
That'll be covered in
For parking,
the variance
Right,
criteria
okay.
slide here.
there was a lot.
That's in the development application process? Okay, thank you. That's the one I was looking at.
One clarification, 70 Lakeside Drive, it's actually designated as public utility lands in the OCP. And then it would be zoned.
I think park is
And parks
Yeah.
are
The I zone.
public utility lands.
So it's not institutional, isn't I
I'm
one?
just checking.
Sorry.
No,
it's-
that's okay.
I'm just gonna look it up quickly. It's institutional, so you're saying it's a PU.
Like an elementary school class would have made a lot of, had a lot of fun with the PU zoning.
Gotta get our laughs in somewhere, Mr. Johnson, like,
I have small kids at home. It's kind of the wheelhouse I'm in right now.
you got two nice little girls, but be thankful you don't have two boys.
It's gonna be yeah, just here.
So we're just waiting for staff and take a last look here. Just to remind people now that we've gone through this, so we are doing recommendations 1 and then we'll move on to recommendation 2. And then we'll have the bylaw changes and the variance changes. So,
I think we moved and seconded number 1 already.
yeah, we did. I'm just reminding people because it's been a bit of a discussion already, so.
I think parks are.
Are we good? Are we golden?
We are, yes.
Okay.
So just to highlight then, there is a section of the bylaw that lists uses permitted in all zones, so page 28. And if I flip to page 28, among other things, public parks are permitted in all zones.
Perfect. Okay, so I think that question was answered. So council, one last time here before we take a vote, just keep in mind, this isn't a done deal yet. We still have the public hearing. We still have to come, still has to go to MOTT. It still has to come back and we still have to pass it. So if I see no questions,
Is this for one, Mayor?
this is for number 1. So this is the introduction and read for the first and second time by title only. So all those in favor? Okay, and that carries, and I'm opposed. And I guess I have to say why I'm opposed. And we have time to go through this, but at the current time, I'm just still not, I know lot coverage has hardly changed at all. I mean, it's a very small percentage change. But there's always this creep that goes, because having sat here for a number of years, whenever these have come back, it's always for a little bit more space and a little bit more space and a little bit more space. And now potentially it could be 50% of a lot. And I realize that the protection is there in terms of permeability having to be 30%, but again, I even feel like there's creep in the reverse direction on that. And I'm particularly concerned with small lots where even things like, I think that you should have a dedicated waste area if you don't have a garage. I mean, we're talking about, okay, well, it has to be in your garage. Well, how many houses in Nelson don't have a garage? You just have to look at the heritage area. Most places, many places don't have a garage. As we build and we try to get everything in, what we're gonna do is we're gonna leave out the garages because we're gonna see when we get down to the development application procedural bylaw amendments that people, to get more space, are forgoing having any parking at all. So there isn't going to be the mystic garage or carport to be storing your garbage in. So the space. And then the complaints, there hasn't been a lot of them, on these narrower lots where we're really building, you know, they're only duplexes, but they're tight in because they've only got the 1 meter, you know, of zoning, because a lot of them have come back to ask for lot line relaxation. So, and we're hearing about noises of the HVACs, noises of the air conditioning units, as we kind of compress in the buildings. And I realize it's not that I'm against housing, but this density, when we don't have a lot of land in Nelson, that also allows us to be making more green space. And the problem with these rules that the government has enforced on us to make these changes on is that this is Nelson. This isn't the Fraser Valley. This isn't Surrey, where there's a tract of land and you can build a whole subdivision so that I can put in my recreation center on spot. And I can assure that there's a little green pocket park over here and a little bit of this over there. We are filling in what's already in many places fairly tight. So I love the work that you have done. This is great work. This bylaw is so much clearer and more understandable, and it's more user-friendly. This isn't about the quality of work. This is about, in my mind, the quality of what Nelson represents to me. So I would like to go on record as opposed to the bylaw changes. Yes.
So what I'm hearing from you is you're concerned about the densification of Nelson and the loss of that kind of breathing space, I guess, on a lot. Yeah, front yard, or there'd be a backyard. I guess my gut sense on this is that those are a bit of luxuries from another time, because the pressures on Nelson grow and grow and grow. And I'm really concerned about, if we don't densify, then every unit becomes just more and more unaffordable. And I totally understand what you're saying. But you know, we really, in this town, we really have densification and airspace to work with. And it's kind of like, as always in this kind of work, it's always these trade-offs. So
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, I really do. My concern is that escalation of each unit of housing in this town. How do we keep it available to people who are mid to low income?
Well, and so my only argument, and I, like, you know, that we're supposed to be around the table to debate these things, is that when you suddenly go from saying that you can build one house on this piece of paper, and now I can build 4 houses on this piece of paper, this piece of paper got way more expensive, because the price of this piece of paper, because what can be built on it,
I see what you're saying.
has gone up in price. Doesn't mean that 4 units here is cheaper or gets more people into housing necessarily, unless you've got a good-hearted builder here. I mean, I love the idea of people that build suites, right? Because that's kind of integrated into the house, and that could be a lower entry point for people to get in. But the only thing that building 4 or 6, depending on where you live in the province, is it created a huge increase in the value of the piece of land. It did nothing. I'm sorry, my personal opinion is, it did nothing to help the housing crisis. So, and that's why I'm voting no, and I just can't vote no without explaining to council why I've taken this position, and that's just my position. Councillor Payne.
Yeah, I really appreciate that concern. It is a concern for me as well. I came from a community where that happened at an unbelievable rate that completely changed the personality of the neighborhood that I was living in. The reason that I wasn't overly concerned about it in this case is, and I maybe should have gotten more information, but what percentage are smaller lots in our community? Like, we're only looking to go to that 50 on these smaller lots. So I guess I should have asked for a definition of that, because I assumed that it was a relatively small percentage of the lots that we currently have. So that was where my concern was somewhat abated.
Aren't the standard lots in Nelson 50 by 120?
There's a lot of 25
20,
lots.
25 by
20?
1,000.
Oh,
25, 35.
Oh, okay, I thought the standard was 50, but no, you're
It's a
saying,
double.
that's, okay, and then
That's-
they would
yeah.
have split a lot that was
You
50 by.
could. We live on a double.
Right, I
The
see what you're
house is in
saying.
the middle, so chances of splitting it are not great, and I think that's the situation, but
I think the
like the
original-
lot on Pine Street, that's
There were
not
25
considered
on the
a
original
small
ones.
lot.
Yeah.
No.
All the lower ones in that behind, like Victoria,
Yeah.
Carbon at my street, those all ones like, well, below my street, they're all 25-foot frontage lots.
Where people had double lots.
Yeah.
That was,
Okay,
Or
so they weren't
triple or
originally
quadruple
like
in my
that.
neighborhood.
that was someone in
Okay.
the UK that drew up all our lots way back in the day.
Oh, okay.
So anyways, I don't
So
want,
is that what we're considering a smaller lot then, at 25? Cause I was thinking.
Ken's gonna ask the
Yeah,
question here.
That's what I'm interested
I
in.
have the metric answer and then Natalie's gonna find it.
Anyways, you guys have voted and this has passed, so we're not going back on this, so.
I
yeah,
just wanna explain that I shared that concern.
Okay, so it's 370 square meters or less is a small lot, so that's around 3,900 square feet, 3,982.
So in a square box, what does that make? Come on, what's the size of my box, Kate, please?
35 by 100 lots.
Yeah, okay, 35 by 100, yeah, okay.
And on the small, anything, what's the number? I think it's 298, anything below 298 can have 3 units, anything above that can have 4. And I think there's also a practical, it's gonna be very difficult to put 3 or 4 units on some of those lots.
Yeah.
So the maximum lot coverage is there depending on how many units get built. But I think in all reality, the size of the lot is gonna be the restriction.
Yeah, I think it was the same why I wasn't super concerned about the SMU legislation, which I can never small
Small scale multi-unit
small
housing.
scale multi-unit, is because, and we've seen over the past, that's 2 years old now, right, 2.5 years old, how many, there have been some. Thank you for the developers who've done that, but it's not like we've covered the entire city with 4 units per lot, and I think it's the same in this situation.
We're in that place, if there's a house on it, it's a very expensive lot to build.
Yeah.
You know, and we don't have a vacant lot, so.
And I just wanted to say thank you to staff, because I mean, it's nothing that you've done, it's. So that's been, so number 1 has been moved,
Nope.
So no, I've got Rick,
Sorry.
sorry, I see a hand up here for Councilor Lochtenberg before we move on to 2.
Yeah, I just had a point of order. We had a full discussion there after the vote. And I just want to point out that what provoked that discussion, which should have happened before the vote, was that you shared the reason why you voted after the vote.
No,
So
I
I just
was
want to.
voting no and asking to be recorded, so that was my time
Yeah,
to.
I know, I get that, but I'm just raising that, you know, in all due respect, that your explanation of the vote then provoked a fulsome discussion that may then change the vote. right? Like, so the order, we got the order a bit backwards because it's kind of new information, a new argument, new perspective that then provokes further discussion and then reveals, say, new thinking or even in some cases, new information we had just present there that might then change other people's votes. So just as a point of order, I just want to raise that so that there is the possibility, and I guess this is a question, when that happens and somebody, after having this discussion out of order, then would like to, you know what, I'd actually like to change my vote, because those were some really good points, and that's new information that I didn't have before the vote. So I don't know if anybody would want to change their vote or anything, but I just wanted to raise that as a point of order.
There is reconsideration. I'll ask the corporate officer to explain the process, because we often vote, Councillor Lochtenberg, in my experience here, and I go, okay, I've got 3, 4, and then, and I'm asking people, who's against, and they can comment. So, but I will ask for some clarification from the corporate officer.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just looking it up right now.
And I think this is second reading, so
Yeah.
this would be all.
Also, I don't think we're not going to debate whether the point of order is accurate or not. Like, I don't think that this is the time or the place. You can have a point of order and you can bring up why you think it's a point of order. But I don't think that we should then revert to having a debate about whether or not it's an accurate point of order or not.
People could vote next time it comes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
People could vote differently.
Yeah. You can vote on the third reading. That's a really good point. But I just want to say though, in the future, it would be good to, if you're going to vote no, and this goes for all of us, raise the argument like ahead of the vote, because that's great information, and that's the point of the debate. That's the point of the perspective, so that we can kind of learn from each other and then decide, oh, you know what, the mayor raises a really good point. Actually, I agree with her. I would have voted that way as well, but they lose the chance if the vote's already happened. So just for the next time.
Just a point of clarification, Councillor Lochberg, you're saying like, somebody might say, I'm gonna vote no on this, and this is why I'm gonna vote no.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you're not supposed to, if you've gone around and had the vote, and then the last person to vote says, I vote no, and now I'm gonna give you the reason why. That's information that the rest of council would have benefited from before the vote, because it would have influenced their vote. So for example, in this case, the mayor raised some good points when she explained why she's voting no, that may have influenced, say, me to be like, you know what, that I might have voted differently, but I've lost the chance. So now I can't. I've already registered a vote and I've missed out on some debate. So in the future, we should raise all of those things before, have the vote, end of discussion, and then move on. Because then you're introducing new information or new perspectives after the vote, so nobody has a chance to do anything with it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll move number 2.
Okay. Seconder? Councillor Panero.
Second.
So moved and seconded.
Okay, that staff be directed to schedule a public hearing for zoning bylaw number 3652, 2026.
All those in favor? And that carries. Okay, moving on to number 3. Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Lochtenberg. There we go. I can see him. I can see him waving at me.
Okay. That the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw amendment, wow. That the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw amendment zoning bylaw update number 36532026 be introduced and read a first time and second time by title only.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions, staff? Do you have anything that you want to address in regards to the bylaw notice?
We have
a slide for that.
Oh, yeah, we're on the
Okay.
development applications procedures
Okay,
bylaw.
there we go, right.
To go back.
The last slide, second last slide.
Yes, my slides were out of order.
Oh, okay.
We're doing
I was gonna say, did we
we're doing this bylaw.
Oh,
Let's do this.
ready?
Yeah, there's not much in this bylaw. Most of it is just updating the zoning bylaw section numbers and fixing a couple of typos. We have removed one ticket category. There was actually a ticket category that was relating to failure to maintain lot coverage variance, and it only applied to a couple of zones. So we're looking to remove that ticket category, and that sort of issue would be dealt with just through the general contravention of the zoning bylaw. The one that I want to maybe perhaps highlight the most is updating the section about operating without a business license. So the current bylaw has a first, second, and third offense category for that offense. And based on what I've been told by those who were here previously, this was implemented because of the introduction of the short-term rental regulations. So it's been about 7 years since those regulations were put in place, and staff believe it's appropriate to update the fee structure so there's only one fine. And this is actually the only offense in the bylaw that has this first, second, and third offense category. So we're looking to just have one category and one ticket amount.
Councillor Pinero.
Did the fine increase as it went along, and now you're just going straight to third base?
That's right.
Basically?
No strikes.
You're just out.
Out.
Third strike.
Are you
No 10 count.
Are you in fact out, or you just have to pay?
No 10 count.
Just pay the fine.
And I think working up to giving a ticket, we're pretty nice at first. Like, hey, we need to get a business license, and we'll follow up. So if you're getting a ticket, you're really ignoring us. And I think when we had this first, second, and third, that's when the rules were new. And we just wanted to give people an opportunity to really kind of come into compliance. And we don't use this that often. So and the other trick about this is it was made really for short-term rentals, but it applied to all business license categories. So doesn't necessarily work that well. Most people, you say you need a business license, here's the application, come in and get one.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing no hands anywhere, not on the screen. All those in favor of recommendation number 3, and that carries. And recommendation number 4, Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Woodward. Councillor Tate.
Hold on. I wasn't ready. That the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw amendment zoning bylaw update number 3653/2026 be read a third time by title only.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. That's the same as number 3, but third reading. We got our questions answered. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Okay.
Move 5.
On to 5, moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Tate.
That the development application procedure bylaw amendment variance criteria number 3656 2026 be introduced and read a first time and a second time by title only.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Do we have a slide on this?
We do.
We do.
Okay, development, there it is.
So with this amendment to the procedures bylaw, the issue that we're looking to fix is that when people come in to ask what the process is for a variance, we have to first determine if their request is a minor or a major. So on the left-hand side, we have the criteria that staff have to look at. And in this case, to be considered a minor variance, in the opinion of the director, the proposal shall be, and I've just highlighted the key terms, neighborhood character, we look at appearance of building bulk, light access, privacy and views, whether or not the development requires extensive site preparation, whether or not it includes an unattractive building elements, whether the project is relatively low project value, and whether or not the project interferes with municipal operations. So as you can imagine, when people come into the front counter and ask, is it a minor or a major variance I'm applying for? We often can't give an answer. We have to go away, consider these terms in the bylaw, and then get back to them at a later point. What we're hoping to do with the proposed amendment is to make it very clear what is a major versus a minor variance, so we can clearly articulate to people what process they need to go through. Minor variances are approved by the director, major variances require neighborhood notification and a council decision, so there's quite a bit of a difference in process. So with the proposed bylaw, to be considered a minor variance, a variance request shall be 20% or less of the minimum standard required for building setbacks, and 5% or less of the minimum or maximum standard for all other zoning regulations. So what that looks like in the case of setbacks, let's just say for example, for the ease of easy math, if someone had a 10-meter setback, 20% of 10 would be 2 meters, so the director could approve up to a 2-meter variance on the setback, and for height, it would be 5%. So for example, if the maximum height was 10 meters, the director could approve up to a 10.5 meter height. So each variance will continue to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. Variances for parking will be addressed through the cash in lieu that's in the current off-street parking bylaw and the proposed zoning bylaw, or through a major variance process. And some heights could be dealt with through the variance process. If it's for the maximum number of stories, that would have to go through the OCP amendment process. And as I highlighted, variances greater than what we have here would require neighborhood notification and a council decision.
Councilor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. As planners, do you feel like variances slow things down, or because anybody building could say, I'll just get a variance. I'll just do this, I'll get a variance. I mean, are we trying to sort of say, hey, look, you should just build within the rules? Getting a variance too easy? Are you making it too hard? Like what as planners, what would you, I would imagine less variances would be less work.
I think variances are sort of a last resort.
Right.
So you have to kind of demonstrate that you have a legitimate issue and a concern, you can't meet the bylaw requirements. And then if they do, I think it's good to be flexible and reasonable. We don't get as many variances, and definitely major variances, since we have the minor variance where staff can process them. Right. We have a lot less going to council. I used to go to council every single month for variances. And they'd be for very, very minor things. A lot of our variances are kind of really difficult building lots, something kind of unique on their site, or they're an existing house that's built in all the setbacks. And so it's good to have that flexibility in that tool, so that lots of these our zoning regulations are gonna be able to fit.
It could, supplemental?
Yes.
So, because it could be just like a half a meter they need. Mm-hmm. Or it could just be like, I just need, meter and a half here so that I can put this porch there and it's not a big deal. I'm not making anybody's life hard. So and that kind of flexibility is good for you guys, good for the builders, what you're saying.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the previous criteria was more subjective, so it's hard to give people answers right away. But it did probably allow for a little bit more flexibility, where the new criteria, I think you can be really clear, but we might see a few more variances to cancel. So we'll just have to test it out, and we can always amend this too, based on how things go.
Thank you. That's great, thank you.
Councilor Teed.
This is interesting to me because we've just updated the setbacks and the heights and everything to better suit folks. So my hope is that there would be very few minor variances. I think my argument aligns somewhat with the mayor in this case, which is then we just keep getting this creep that, well, my neighbor is this many inches closer, so I would like to be this many inches past them, and those sorts of things. And the newly existing bylaw is, well thought out and 12 years in the making, and aligns with provincial regulations. So I am a little bit concerned that we put into language oh, here's how you get a variance. I know that seems to be standard, but I am a little curious about, you know, sticking to our rules and saying that, you know, that's like that for a reason, and it's not so that you can come and get another 6 inches or another 1.5 meters, which is actually a lot for a porch and those sorts of things. So this one gives me pause because I think it undermines the good work of all the other pieces. And so I'm having a harder time wanting to pass this, just in general. Yeah.
Well, I think what Natalie said is that, you know, your planning department is trying to get conformity with the you know, the regulations that, you know, that are standard for everyone, you know, and that's their first goal. There has to be a strong legitimate reason why you would vary that, and we've applied that for forever. But as Natalie said, some cases where, you know, that first house, you know, the house is not situated, it's situated in the setback, and it's no fault of the property owner, but they would just like to put, you know, a normal porch on the back of their house. They just happen to be in the side setback, and so they need a variance. If the house had originally situated properly on the lot, they're not building any more on the lot than anybody else would. It just happens their house is sited, you know, because of poor surveying back in, you know, 1800s.
But does this not allow for increased, like up to 5% increased lot coverage is a minor variance?
And again, for a legitimate reason, not just because I want to have more house on my.
Is that languaged in here? I looked up the word legitimate, it's not in here.
I'm just
How is
gonna
that
go for
languaged?
clarification on your point. I'm going back to Ken and then I'm going to Council Pinero.
So maybe I'll just clarify the math with this. So it's 5% of whatever the standard is. So if lot coverage is 50%, what's 5% of 50? 4.5, so they could potentially go.
0.5.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Anything greater than that would have to go to council. To the point around people asking just for variances, one of the things that we also struggle with is people will often just come in and say, I want a variance, and they won't explain themselves. And that's why we've had under the proposed variance guidance, you know, staff should look at, is the variance consistent with the zone purpose statement? Would the variance cause adverse environmental impacts? Is the variance required due to unique legal or topographical constraints? Or was the building built before we had a zoning bylaw in 1938? So we, you know, these variances aren't a guarantee. The director still has the discretion to say no, council still has the discretion to say no. But we've now, because we're embedding this in our bylaw, we're forcing people to tell us why they want their variance, as opposed to us often struggling to get an answer from them. They just say, oh, I want a variance. They now have to provide some justification for it.
Thank you. I see that in the agenda package. I don't read it in the bylaw. Am I missing it? Like, I don't see it in the actual, like, it's in that chart on page 6, but I don't know where else it says that for people to understand that. Teach me, because I couldn't find it.
Find it here.
Proposed variance criteria, it's in that chart.
It's on this page 226 of this.
Oh, is it down there? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, there was a lot of.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't have the page numbers.
Yeah, I got you there.
Okay.
226, it's not under proposed, it's under variance. Gotcha. Thank you.
So there is guardrails.
Council Pinero.
I was just pretty much gonna make that point, or even, yeah, just that there's a big difference between needing a variance and wanting a variance, and if that is, as long as that is made very clear that it's a need a variance situation, then I think that's no problem. I think we have a lot of really interesting topography in town, and people need to be able to work with it, and we need to recognize that. But that's a need, and it's not this creep thing that is getting done. Like, I completely agree with that, and it's definitely a thing that happens. But that can, we have to just be careful that whatever is in here reflects a need and not just a desire to maximize whatever it is that we're doing.
Councilor Lockenberg, I see you're still with us, do you have any questions about this? Yeah, can somebody tell me, I'm still confused as to where my cash in lieu is, because I wanted to talk about that, is that, like, I see it mentioned there, but we talked about, where was the slide? I saw it today, like, where was the slide that says $3,000? I seem to have lost the slide.
I think it's in the RFD. So we didn't specifically highlight that because we didn't actually make any change to that section of the bylaw. And this is something that's been in the bylaw for a while now. I think it was originally $10,000 per stall and it was reduced to $3,000. And this is often used for small scale development. Often someone wants to build a suite and they just don't physically have any room on their property to put the additional parking stall. So they'll pay $3,000 in lieu of building that stall. So when it comes to that section, we haven't made any changes. You can see on the variance criteria in the RFD, it's pretty much the same.
It's been adopted because it was in the off-street parking and landscaping bylaw.
Okay.
It is now in the zoning bylaw. And council did pass first and second reading, and I apologize if that was not clear. But
Okay.
it's now in the zoning bylaw,
It is in the zoning bylaw.
in the draft that council's passed first and second reading on.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk about it here because it's here, because it's in the sentence there. So, it used to be $10,000, and I can understand that if I'm putting in a suite in my house and I don't have room to get the additional parking spot, that's one thing. But I'm gonna go back to my building 4 on one lot, and where space is of an essence, and a builder decides not to put any parking in, and is gonna sell units for, if I saw the sign right when I walked by it, $534,000. That, I did say 534,000, didn't I? Good.
What did you?
I'm concerned that $3,000 is, a pretty easy thing to think that a property is gonna be there for hopefully 50 or 100 years, and that $3,000 was the in lieu for not having to put or contemplate any parking, and particularly when we know that parking can be expensive. I tried to do, I'm not as adept as Councillor Tate, but I did try to look around about like what monthly parking is in different places, and just to get parking for a month can be anywhere from $100 to $800, depending on what municipality I want to look at. $3,000 for, even if a house only lasts 25 years. Seems to be like an awfully sweet deal to not have to deal with parking. So I understand perhaps why 10 went to 3, but I don't think 3 is the correct number, and whether or not we need to look at how we might apply that, because it's the one and only opportunity to get an offset on the parking. And we know that parking is a just nasty business in the city of Nelson, right? I mean, where are you gonna park and the space and stuff, and so I personally would like to see some scale in this number, but that's just my thoughts on that. So now I've said my piece, so that's good. Councillor Payne.
I'm just interested when you say scaling it, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that a brand new development that's getting 4 onto their property, and has got, and is
Or they should pay more?
is, and it's got no parking on it, and with probably limited street parking, that there should be, to waive the parking requirement, that they should have to pay more.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to clarify that, so they
Versus
should
that.
just have to pay more.
Versus someone putting a secondary suite in an existing house.
I can understand that there's probably some need for some things, but when you're going out to build something brand new,
Just to clarify, so those brand new lot, you have
Brand
opportunity
new.
to figure out your parking, you know, a secondary suite in a house that's already built that has.
yeah, it's completely different. They're not even in the same fruit category.
So like if you, can I say it back to you? So on Trevor Street, if someone was gonna build, you know, 600 or 650 square feet, like one on top of the other, 3 stories less than 10 meters, the parking requirement could be waived if they gave $9,000. And so those residents would have to have their cars if they had any on the street. Is that how it's written right now?
And is that a choice of the developer or the?
It is, they either have to provide the parking on site or they have to pay the $3,000 per.
So can we look at changing it where it's not their option, but they, like the variances that you're talking about, they would have to prove why they can't get parking on their site?
So Mayor, may
Councilor Wood.
thank you, may I offer a suggestion that it wouldn't be cash in lieu, it would have to go to council. And then at least there would be a board that would be like, you know, you could put parking there. Cause once you do that and the cars go on the street, then essentially it's taxpayer funded parking, right? Because we deal with the streets.
Yeah, I think, again, if it's written in a way like you know, you could do the major minor thing if it's one stall in a secondary suite, maybe you want.
But if it's.
Yeah, I wouldn't wanna see them coming back to, cause I feel that gets us too much in the weeds. I'm just asking for some,
Make it a bit more cost prohibitive.
yeah, like,
Well,
to
and
make
I
sure that
think-
there's thought given to this, because the fact that if I'm building 4 on a little lot, it's not even like, you know what, like if somebody comes to my house, I say, make sure you park like in front of my house, right? Well, if I have 4, I probably can't put 4 cars in front of my house because I don't have 100 of frontage, you know what I mean? Like, so when you build 4, like, or 6, or whatever the number might be, I just have concern because they are then parking on the street or parking in the park or. Councilor Pinero?
I agree that $3,000 seems like if you forward that on the impact that that's gonna have for the next 25 to 50 years on the neighborhood, it doesn't seem like very much money. And so is there a way to sort of tie it to the same language as the variance where it's like you need it or you want it? And so if it's something that you want, potentially that triggers some sort of much higher cost because it's something that you want, you know, like
What if
if
there's
I
like-
just don't wanna put in a parking spot.
What if there's like a rock wall there that you can't blast out and there's just no, you can't use it?
Yes, and so there, maybe it's
It's on the
$3,000 and if it's something that I don't want to, because I wanna put, you know, another
unit.
building, another unit
Instead of having
instead.
3, I want 4.
And I'm gonna sell those units for $500,000 each. Let's do it as a percentage of the building or something like make it serious and then it's a choice that people make and I don't know.
Yes, Natalie, sure.
For context, we had it $10,000 up until I think it was 2021 or 2022. Nobody ever contributed $10,000. They always just went for a variance. And then when we put the $3,000 in, we only really saw a small scale housing, so for suites and things like that just couldn't fit on their lot. So those are, and I think it's only happened a couple times. I think the reality is it's going to be difficult to sell units in this town without parking.
Yeah.
And that's something that we do communicate with developers, and we have seen that before, so I think that is kind of the counterforce. We could look into it, it is under the legislation that you can do cash in lieu, so I think we'd wanna do a bit of research for council to figure out what we can and cannot do and what other people are charging. for consideration, and maybe we'd still wanna have a small contribution for secondary suites to not be prohibitive. But I will say, because there is the variance option, I've found that bigger developments just ask for variance.
But I mean, even on the, you know,
But
my
then
only,
it's council's decision.
I would like to leave this in staff's hands. You guys know where to go and do the research or whatever, but even this thing that we just passed at 10 Pine Street on that crazy configured pilot, they put in a parking spot for each unit. Like, they managed to do it there.
Yeah.
Because they know, obviously, that there's value in parking. And when we look historically back and say, well, nobody did that because they asked for the variance, and then the 4 units and this more densification is relatively new, and thankfully we build slowly in Nelson, but this is where we see things going, right? We keep seeing these developments, it's 4, like Pine Street 2 years ago, they would have come and asked for 3, right? But now it's 4, so now we're getting 4. We got a dozen up by the cemetery, right? So I think that it needs to be looked at again, because when we changed it the last time, we weren't in a building milieu dictated by the government of how we were supposed to build. So I would just like to ask for it to come back, but
You
if
asking,
there's no flavor around the table, I'm also good with that.
are you asking to refer?
I don't know, would we have to refer this, or can we put this through and then,
You
because
pass.
again, because we don't have all the readings done yet, so we haven't gone to
So
pass
pass
yet.
it,
Well, you already passed, as Natalie said, it's in the zoning bylaw,
It's in the zoning bylaw,
not this.
but you gave only 2 readings to the
Yeah,
zoning
you
bylaw.
can make adjustments.
You can make change.
Yeah,
We
we're
could
gonna have a public hearing
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
we can do some
And my
research.
apologies, I would have talked about this in the zoning meeting, but when I was kind of looking for it, and then Counselor Payne happened to say, oh no, that's in there, and I was like, okay, it's there, then I'll just wait till there to talk about it.
so we could pass these, but there's still time to change.
Well, you've already passed the zoning bylaw.
Right.
so
Zoning
that's
bylaws been
where-
passed, so that's where it's actually buried in, so.
So, we're gonna go to public hearing and we'll do some more research and
Yeah,
But in
we can go to
terms of-
public hearing, council could though send it back, or you could pass it and then direct us to look into that one piece, so I think it would be up to council what you wanna do. I'm not sure how much time that will take to look into this and just see what other folks are doing. I don't know if we'll have it ready in time for the public hearing.
If you guys, council decides to not give it 3rd reading, it would need to go back to staff, but it would also need another public
I
hearing.
have to go back to public
So-
hearing again.
Okay, because there would be different information provided. So
so in the public hearing though, can we not say this is an item that is going to be looked at and people know and they can comment on whether,
The only problem is
if we
wouldn't
identify what
have-
it is.
Okay, we'll take it back, maybe we'll follow up with an email of council with what we think we can do.
So what are we
Okay, we need to
doing,
have a
Some
conversation.
options to consider.
what are we doing with 5 and 6 then?
Yeah,
No, 5, so 5 has been moved and seconded, did we pass it? No.
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 well, it's the development applications procedure bylaw, so it's, I don't know, can we?
We'd have to look into whether or not we would need to change the zoning bylaw.
Okay, so then let's not do anything with this right now.
no, this is not the zoning, but
But-
this issue is not
This is
with this
This
bylaw.
is a separate issue.
This is a separate
I know,
issue
well, that's what I'm trying to.
Sorry.
from
Yeah,
this,
you
from
guys.
this vote.
It just happened to come up at this time.
No, I understand. Okay, that's what I thought, and
Okay.
I was just trying to.
So we're just, these are just regular.
So then,
These are completely different issues than the
Natalie,
cash and lieu.
can council consider this bylaw, is what I wanna know. Yes?
Yes, and we will come back in an email with some options on the zoning bylaw,
Yeah.
since it's already gone through 1st and 2nd reading, with some options to consider.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody, I'm not seeing any more hands up. I'm sorry, like the 3.5 years, people, this is the first time that the mayor has made complete confusion out of the meeting, so I'm gonna wear it all for tonight, so. Anyways, we've had a mover and seconder for, number 5. All those in favor of the 1st and 2nd reading
So,
Of the development variance.
of the development variance, this is where we're at.
Development application procedures bylaw amendment, variance criteria, number 3656, 2026.
Okay.
First and second
Okay,
reading.
we've moved and seconded, all those in favor 1, 2, 3, and Rick, thank you. Councillor Lachtenberg, my apologies.
And then I'll move 6 then.
Okay,
So that the development application procedure bylaw amendment variance criteria number 3656 2026 be read a third time by title only.
okay, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Payne. So that's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, I had one hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. And so I'm just gonna ask, because I see 2 people that aren't putting up their hands, I just wanna know if there's any need to be recorded as no. So Councillor Lachtenberg, I didn't see you vote in favor on the last motion there for third reading, and Councillor Tate.
I'm a no, but I don't need to be recorded.
Okay,
Thanks.
and Councillor Lachtenberg? You're okay with it? Okay, so that passes. Okay, thank you very much, staff.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all
It's
for your
great.
work.
You guys have done great work. I mean, this zoning, I think it's really much better and user-friendly, so. Doesn't mean I have to vote yes. All of that, but I can still vote no.
Climb in a mountain.
Okay, moving on. We are now at item number 10, council remuneration. So pursuant to council policy number 550000015, council remuneration review, staff have reviewed council's remuneration to determine whether it remains competitive related to comparable municipalities. Staff are now presenting the results of the review to council along with their recommendation for consideration. And Gabe has taken the hot seat. So if we could, does somebody want to recommend the resolution? Does somebody want to get it on the table?
I will move it forward.
Okay, moved by Councillor Woodward. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Panero. Okay, we've been moved and seconded. Councillor Woodward.
That the following review of its that the following review of its remuneration per council remuneration review policy 0550.00.015. Council directs no change to its current remuneration levels as set out in council remuneration policy number 0550.00.016.
Okay. So, Gabe, you've been sat through the whole meeting tonight. Maybe you want to say a few words and.
Sure. Well, luckily, this is a report that we bring once every 4 years, so it's obviously not something that we do very often. And it follows kind of the standard process that local governments use throughout British Columbia, whereby the council in their last year or in the year of the election, they take an opportunity to review their wage and set wage for levels for the next council. So it kind of helps to avoid a bit of a conflict of interest there, because you're setting the wage for the next council and there's no guarantee that you'll be a part of that council. So that's kind of the philosophy behind what we're doing here. As was read out there in the recommended resolution, there is a policy that guides how we conduct the review, and then there's a separate policy that sets the remuneration level. So in this instance, we identified the comparable municipalities based on the criteria and the policy. I was able to gather the information there about what those mayor and councils are being compensated at, where those levels are, along with some information on the benefits. And to kind of keep things short here, it shows that our remuneration levels here in Nelson are within kind of that range of reasonableness based on the median levels in the comparative group. So based on that, we're recommending that, again, per the policy, no changes need to be made. If council wanted to entertain some changes, obviously it could do that, but based on your policy, right now, both for the mayor and council, we are slightly above the median levels. of the comparative group. So no changes would be necessary.
Councillor Payne.
I'm really interested in the comparable municipalities. You took sort of two of the four, 5 comparables, and I can understand that because some of these things might be a little more challenging to get. But the one that I feel is important is scope of services. Because I looked at a few of these other communities, and we have Nelson Hydro and the Nelson Police Force, which are outside of the scope of services of any of the municipalities that I quickly looked at. And I think we all understand that they do take up I would say a fairly significant amount of our time. Does that sound reasonable to the rest of the table? So that was the one question that I have. So I certainly know that it's probably challenging to find because we do have a unique situation with those two, but it is something that I feel adds to the number of hours that a community that our size deals with.
Yeah, it's a great question, and obviously, selecting the comparators is a big part of the exercise. In this case, I would just point out that there's not very many municipalities that have an electrical utility. As we've talked about before, when Nelson Hydro is here, we're the only municipality in British Columbia that has generation capacity. So we're probably not going to find a municipality that, has that same scope of services. In this instance, we do have the District of Summerland that is, they do have an electrical utility with regards to distribution. And then on the police front, again, there's not that many municipalities that have a municipal police force. Some of them that do tend to be the bigger municipalities. In this instance, we do have Oak Bay here, which has a municipal police force. So again, trying to thread that needle in terms of identifying the comparators. This is the same comparator group that we are currently using for our exempt staff salary study. So we worked with a consultant as well to make sure that those are appropriate. So we felt good about this comparator group.
And I think, and that's why we look at what's the size of the budget. So Nelson Hydro's budget is taken into consideration when we look at those comparators. The number of employees are taken into consideration. So that's how that's how we came up with the group, is to say, yes, we provide a broader range of service than these other municipalities. Many of them tend to be larger population size than we are. But when you factor in, we also run a transit system that others don't, right? But others run recreation a program that we don't run directly. So it's hard to get a exact comparator. So that's why we sort of use number of employees, size of budget, and population to a lesser extent. So that's how we're trying to.
We just didn't get number of employees.
Oh, I just chose to show that, but that was part of the consideration. I just didn't want to show 5 or 6 different tables. To me, the two most relevant are the ones that I highlighted. So it shows that we're below median in terms of population, but we're right on median in terms of revenues. So I think that kind of goes to the idea that our scope of services is a bit broader than our population might indicate, if that makes sense.
So do we have the
I could bring this report back, Councillor Payne, with those tables if you would like.
Yeah, all I can say is when we first, these comparators haven't really changed much over the years, and when we first looked at it, we looked at, what's the size of your capital budget, what's the size of your the number of employees we have in an organization, because we know, because we have this broader set of services, but other communities are, their development might be significantly different than ours, so they're dealing with a lot more development things than we would in Nelson.
And their tax base is industrial in a couple of the cases.
Right, and some of them are, that's
So then
why.
that's gonna be a higher revenue, is it not?
Yeah, that's why Kitimat is in this thing, because it's, again, smaller in population, but they have a quite a bit larger, I think, budget than we do. So, yeah, there's no perfect thing, but we did look at more than just population and budget. We looked at the capital plan, we looked at like I said, number of employees in these municipalities, so.
Maybe I should have clarified that in the report, that we did look at all those factors, I just included.
Cause yeah, just seeing the two is
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess, Councillor Payne, were you concerned that the remuneration isn't satisfactory?
No. I'm, well, so I guess to a certain degree, one of the things that I've been on a number of calls and webinars with is how, certainly at this time, how do we attract the caliber of individual that we want sitting at the council table when we're using, as far as I know, a system that's been used for pretty long time in how we determine this. The other thing that I didn't get a chance to look at is the multiplier between the highest wage employee in the city and councillors, to see how that's changed over the years and if that's reflective of the growth of the talent pool from which we can draw. So I think there's just a few other things that I think are worthy of better understanding, because I think we all know that it's very challenging to attract people from a more diverse income background to a position that is remunerated more similar to a volunteer public service position as opposed to an actual, I don't want to say it a career position, but don't know what the exact name is. But hearing no comments from the other councillors.
Councillor Lockenberg has his hand up, I'm just waiting.
Sorry.
I'm just,
Yep. Oh, no, that was just my thoughts. How do we move forward? I don't want to further burden the residents, but I do want to make sure that we're drawing excellent candidates to sit here and have these discussions, as we know we're being downloaded all of these responsibilities that have not traditionally been in the municipal arena and have to become much more sophisticated in the decision-making process that we have.
Councillor Lockenberg.
If I'm not mistaken, did Councillor Woodward move it and Pinheiro second?
Yes.
We have, okay. So I've talked to a number of, this is just my experience, I've talked to a number of prospective councillor or candidates for the next election, and I didn't hear one of them mention remuneration as a factor. It never came up. So I just have a different perspective on that. So I'm happy to move ahead with the staff recommendation. I think it's reasonable. I think the process has been reasonable. I don't think you're going to get any meaningful difference, and I don't think the taxpayers are looking for something new. Like, we're maintaining the growth with inflation. I feel like we've had this debate for years and we've landed on a good place. So I'd say we just move ahead with the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Lockenberg. Councillor Tate.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the recommendation as well, and to just riff off the notion of committees and other groups that we attend as councillors. I think if we continue to attract a broad range of people to the table, semi-retired or small business owners or full-time working and that sort of thing, that we need to trust one another of who can attend those things and be respectful of those who cannot, depending on what stage of life that you're in. And I think that openness to the public will really help attract other people, because I think that different engagement with the role also reflects civic engagement generally.
Thank you, Councillor Tate. Anybody else have any? I guess one of the things is that when Councillor Payne brings up her questions about looking at other metrics. So, I mean, I did see in the report here that you did have those other comparators, and like, yes, tables aren't all here, but other metrics. One thing is that this always can come back to council to change not necessarily the remuneration, but we can change the process at any time. That's we have the right to change how we get to this spot. And I just like to say that, I mean, maybe there's a few more metrics that we add in, like if like Councillor Payne mentions the most senior member versus the mayor, or the senior person versus the councillors, to see what the multiplier is. So we could bring it back to have that discussion. I just want to say is that somebody asked me about this the other day, and I said, I remember when we used to have the community decide, and it was fraught with, it was fraught with good intention. Let's just put it that way. And it was really difficult, because there'd be somebody from business that would say, well, I would never do this for this amount of money, you need to pay more. And then there would be somebody that would be there saying, well, boy, that pays way more than my job pays. And then that'd be like, it was really difficult to figure, because it's hard to take the personal bias when you have 3 or 5 people making the decision, because everybody comes with their own bias. So I think that this sort of reflective looking at municipalities that kind of factor and look the same as we do, that I think this is, as close as we can get to sort of taking the person out of the decision making. But there's obviously more metrics that we could potentially add going forward, and then what we would need to have like is a motion at some point, it could be tonight or at some point, to bring this back, or you could whisper it into somebody's ear that's sitting here for the next 4 years to maybe be looking at this policy, getting the policy changed early in the 4 years, so that then that work comes back at this time in 2029, and there's more metrics looking at the assessment of the. So there's a couple of options there. It is our policy, we can't change it. Councillor Payne.
The only other thing I would note is that, and I don't have the history on this either, that you call it councillor versus mayor, which sounds like a bad thing to me, but we are below the median and the average on that. So
in terms of comparing the councillor salary versus as
You're
a percentage
totally
of the
there.
mayor's salary, yes, I included that as a column, and correct, we are below, I believe, the median.
So that would be my other thought. If we're going to say that we're at the average or the median, then.
You're actually not below the median, I think Williams Lake is the median, right?
Well, it says the median's 43%, we're at 39, and the average
At
is
the
41.
median community, you looked at the.
I'm
median.
looking at the chart, just.
They're looking at she's looking at the percentage, the percentage of a councillor's wage versus that of the mayor.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking, so when you looked at median, you looked at a median for mayor separate from a median from council?
Yes.
Because the median community for mayor was Williams Lake, and their councillors are 37% of the mayor. But if you looked at median for councillors, I don't know who that is, 28, is Kidmat, but their mayor is 52,000. So if you take them as a percentage of, anyway.
I'm just looking at the numbers down at the bottom of the chart. Yeah. So what am I misunderstanding?
Well, it depends if you look at consistency across the community. So the median wage for a mayor is Williams Lake, so that's the one that's I don't know how many there is, right in the middle of those ones we looked at.
Yes, I see that.
So if you looked at the percentage the councillors make of the mayor in Williams Lake, it's 37%, right? But if you said the median, if you look at the median in the council column, the median community is actually Kitimat. And they don't pay the mayor very much at all. So the councillor is 55% of the mayor. So I think.
Yeah, we didn't identify a median community, we identified the median for mayor, median for council, and then we took the percentage based on the 2 different medians, so it's maybe.
The median of that percentage.
Yeah, so maybe that's not the best way to do it, and I would point out as well, like, I included that column because historically that's been included in these reports. I don't believe it's mentioned in the policy as a relevant factor, so it's more just for information. And maybe it's a bit misleading and confusing, so maybe that's actually not
It is
relevant
indeed.
column
Okay,
now that we're talking about it, so apologies for the confusion.
Put that in the notes for 4 years from now.
so then basically what we're saying is that, yeah, William Wilkes, I'm very confused now. Okay, I was just looking at the numbers at the bottom, so if that's not useful information, based on what we
I wouldn't say it's
presented,
irrelevant, but again, it's not prescriptive in the policy that we actually look at the percentage of the councillor wage versus that of the mayor's. It's more just to say, you know,
so that's historically what it's always been. Nelson has calculated 39% of the mayor's salary as the councillor's
I
salary.
can't remember when, there was a big jump in
There
both
was a big
mayor and
jump.
I remember that.
council.
I would say there was a time when 39 is not some holding number that's always been there.
Yeah, I think
It's
there was a
hard.
big jump and I can't remember, I think we went out similar to other communities and looked at what mayor and councillors were remunerated at, and that's when that sort of big jump happened. But as the mayor said, the mayor got paid quite, not a lot, and neither did councillors, but
$16,000, I believe.
yeah, and then when you look at a percentage, I bet you that percentage was higher at that time, because they were both low numbers, right? So the weight or the dollar difference was maybe 15,000, but on quite a small number.
Yep.
Now the wage, the dollar difference is whatever, 40,000 on a much bigger number, so the percentages are actually probably closer than they were or lower, probably than back in the day, but the dollar amounts for both grew pretty significantly, so.
I just think it's easier to make a decision if we have some historical data to understand where we've come from, so that going
Yeah,
forward.
we can provide that, but yeah, there was it 2 councils ago?
I think there was a really big jump in Deb Kozak's council. There was a substantive, council was concerned about about the compensation being enough to be attracting people to take the job. I think back when I started, I shouldn't talk about the dark ages, I think it was $7,000, so I think council's come a long ways.
But the complexity of what we do has grown and grown. Like even in the 8 years that I've been here, every year it becomes more and more complex. And I find like that this is a very, I feel like this is very fair for what we have to work through and make good decisions on and attract talent and all those variables. I feel like this is a very fair matrix, in my opinion. I think, we have quite a diverse table here from a lot of different diverse socioeconomic backgrounds, which I think is critical because we want to represent all of Nelson. I think in the classic days, it was like retired people who sat in these chairs. And usually they're retired businessmen. And that's changed, it's really changed a lot. So I do want to thank Gabe, and I feel like with this, I know you've worked hard, and I know we've worked hard over the years to try to make this a very equitable situation. And to me, I feel like this is quite fair, as Councillor Lautenberg said, too.
I'm just talking to people around the province who are not gonna run again due to the remuneration in their communities. It's not
Working for them.
It's not working for them. And they're, individuals who represent a different group. But, so I brought it forward. If everyone else is good,
Yep. No,
I go with the group.
I think it's kind of hit us, like, I'm a good example. If it was less than what it is, I can't afford to be here. I have to work, so I think I represent a fairly large segment of town.
Well, Kate has to work full-time, Keith works, Rick is off working,
Yeah, I mean, have to work in the sense that, this actually represents
part of your
a
income.
chunk of my income, like it's a job, you know what I mean? And if it wasn't a job, I wouldn't be able to to do it.
Yeah.
You know, and so I think that that's important to recognize, and I think we've potentially hit a bit of a sweet spot. It can't be good for everybody, and some people are just, their calculations are different as far as what they need to get by in a month or whatever, and that's always gonna be that way, but I'm happy with it the way it seems to work so far for me. And I mean, I do have another source of income, but I scrape by with both. They're both important. So I'm happy with the way it is. And obviously we're still bumping it every year for inflation and whatnot. So it's going to continue to work, I think.
I think it's a challenge. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And we are a small community, and it's the unfortunate part about the fact that we can't pay everybody a corporate rate wage to do the job, and it is kind of the way it is. I mean, and it's terrible when you see always on the news that, the mayor of Richmond is making $300,000 and the mayor of Port Coquitlam, and that, you look at some of these salaries and salaries of $150,000. I mean, those are salaries that the majority of us around the table aren't making if we were working full-time. Well, except for maybe Rick. He's got that AI thing all wrapped up there. Sorry to pick on you, Councillor Lochtenberg. But I mean, when you think about that, there's those kind of salaries being paid in other communities, but we aren't those other communities. So I think that this is the landing part where we're at, and in another 4 years, this will be on the table again, and we'll see. And then, if there are concerns, I would encourage anybody that's back around the table to think about this policy before we get to the need to use this policy, if you want to change the policy in terms of what you're measuring, so that, because maybe there is a metric out there, and we shouldn't always just use one metric. We can't just say, oh, there's the metric and it says that we all need to have 100% increase, but in the mix of the metric, maybe there is something there that we're not looking at that could be tweaking the salaries a little bit going forward for the council that, starts their work in 2030. So, okay, so I think everybody's had a chance to speak to this. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that carries. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, nobody wants to be recorded, and we're golden on that one. Moving on. Thank you. We are at information items for correspondence, meetings, committees, and commission meetings. So we have in front of us, and I usually have these, I'm going off the computer. I'm gonna do information items first. So we have the Cultural Development Committee, Nelson Public Library meeting, 2 sets of minutes, November the 18th and January 27th. Does anybody want one of those 3 items pulled? Seeing nobody, could I have a motion to receipt for information? Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Tate. Seeing nothing, all those in favor of receipt for information? And that carries, thank you. Okay, then moving on to reports. So we have 3 reports before us. We have finance, accounts payable listing, finance we might want to pull that one out. Did you have something that you wanted to say about that, Q4? No?
The purchasing report?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we have Councillor Woodward.
I just was curious, CFO. I noticed in the large invoices over 25,000, the Fortis bill. Just curious, is our Fortis bill less because it's been a relatively warm winter?
Right. I mean, it always goes up, right, because of rates and things. It'd be
Right.
tough to know like what it would have been.
Just curious.
Yeah,
We are
Yeah,
looking at that in a little more detail, through the utility commission piece, obviously with the rate increase in the rural area, we think, intuitively it feels that, because we've had warm weather, that people's electrical bills probably.
I say that because I got my Fortis bill today and it was considerably less than this time last year.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, I wonder if that's citywide.
Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit more research. I know, yeah, we've done some preliminary and it didn't look like overall, but it seems intuitively that people's bills, residential bills should have been down a bit. We have some larger commercial customers that might, on an overall basis and growth and stuff might show that our.
So you're saying,
That's your Fortis gas bill though.
yes.
Yeah, so be careful here. We're talking about Fortis electricity, so just,
But people do have lots of
House and hydro.
heating, heat pumps, all that kind of stuff, and it's definitely been
yeah.
quite a mild winter, and I just was curious as to the effect
Yeah.
on our taxpayers because of that.
Yeah, we're gonna have a look at that, so, so that we can address that with the utility commission, because we do believe fortunately that, we've had a warm weather, so that larger increase hopefully is a lesser impact on people's pocketbook.
That's all I
A
wanted to ask.
typical winter.
Thank you.
Okay, let's just do these separately, so let's go. So we've gotten item number 1, so that was accounts payable. Is there a mover? Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Tate. All those in favor of receipt for information, and that carries. Item number 2, finance, the quarterly purchasing report. Is there anything that stuck out in anybody's mind there that have a question on? Okay, if we could have motion to receipt for information, Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Pinero. All those in favor, and that carries. And item number 3, corporate administration, receipt for information, council correspondence. Can I have a mover? Is there a seconder? Any conversation, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Woo! 5, good job. Councillor Payne.
Normally, don't we get a development services report?
In the building.
Yeah.
Permits? I'm not sure why we don't have one.
I was thinking it wasn't in here when I went through it today,
It's
but
not in
yeah,
here.
it's not in here, but
So
I didn't think, I just sort of thought they've been busy trying to get this bylaw
Okay.
thing done. I'm just sort of
That's-
thinking that they might not have had it done for our meeting today. I'm sure they'll have it there for next month.
I'm just curious, because I'm certainly hearing that housing starts are down, but that's one way to see it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We'll just make sure that for sure it's there, but I'm sort of thinking, I know that they've been working hard on these bylaw changes and contemplations, so we'll cut them a little bit of slack on the development numbers. I have a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Pinero, seconded by Councillor Tate. All those in favor? Thank you for joining us, Councillor Lochtenberg. Are you gonna be back this week?
Yeah, I come back tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay, well, safe driving, flying.
Yeah, flying.
Thanks for being here, Rick.
Yeah, thanks for, thanks for joining us.
Everybody.
Do you know where you're?
Yeah, for sure. Good night.
Thanks for hanging out.